And I believe we are live.
We're live once
Okay.
again, live and kicking, as
Once
they
again,
say.
for the first time. Although I guess
Well,
we've been in one live stream together
we
3 years
have,
ago,
yeah,
one time.
many,
Yeah,
many moons ago.
many moons ago.
Um, that's we shouldn't. Is that a thing you can say? I'm not sure if we should say that
People
because
still talk about people still measure time in moons.
okay.
Hi, random internet friends and fans of webcomics, pins, Dungeons and Dragons, and other strange things. My name is Peter Chiykowski. I'm joined by my friend David Malki, and we are here together to launch two pin campaigns as part of BackerKit's Pintopia launch. If you haven't heard of Pintopia, BackerKit has basically invited a lot of the pin designer community to come together all at the same time and launch pin projects on BackerKit. There's some really cool incentives for backing multiple campaigns. And in fact, David and I, who have tabled together at conventions and played D&D in real life, decided to pair up our two campaigns for what's called the pin cross collaboration, where if you back both projects, you get a bonus free pin from each creator. So we also thought it'd be fun to do some co-launching together. But why don't we do some quick introductions? I'm Peter. I do the webcomic Rock Paper Cynic, or did. It's mostly on hiatus these days. But I'm doing some new comics to celebrate the launch. And I'm joined by Mr. David Malki here, who can introduce himself.
Hello, thank you, Peter. I'm David Malki. I am the author of the webcomic Wondermark, and which has been online since 2003, which is really astonishing to think about. Over 20 years ago, I put a comic on a website, and since then, it has only gotten weirder. I'm also behind a project called Machine of Death, which is something that is a collaboration with Ryan North of Dinosaur Comics and our friend Matt, which was a couple books and a game, and still something fondly thought about by many. And Wondermark was also on a bit of a hiatus during the pandemic, but is back in the saddle now. And this year has been a real. My ambition has been to sort of get all those burners burning again on comics and merchandise and other things that are fun things to do. So very happy to be here. And when I saw that Peter and I were both doing these pins, it just seemed like a natural thing to work together. So I'm very glad that we have done so.
Yeah. I also really enjoy David's graphic design. My first time encountering just like how good and professional and fast he is at it was, I think it was our second convention that we tabled together, which was Gen Con. I want to say like 2018, maybe 2019. Um, but David had both the foresight and skill to put together a little pamphlet for all of the artists in our booth block. We were tabling with a lot of the folks from Topatico. So Sam Logan is part of that booth block, who does Sam and Fuzzy, Alina Pete from Were Geek, Jeff Jacks from Questionable Content, Randy Mulholland from well, now Popeye, but something positive. So, yeah, it's some wonderful webcomic friends of ours. But David put together this wonderful pamphlet with a bunch of our different designs for Gen Con. It looked fantastic, and any chance to do a little collaboration with a fellow creative professional is always a lot of fun. And yeah, I thought what we would do for this live stream, probably for the first hour while we have David, we are going to talk about what Pintopia is, do a little walkthrough of our projects and some of the designs and illustrations we've been working on, and then do a little bit of Q&A about webcomics, pin design, and being creative professionals. Because it's a very weird lifestyle, and I think you and I have both had the very unique experience of like starting off working in webcomics and then using that as kind of a jumping off point for a bunch of interesting and sort of divergent creative interests, and then ending up with both of us have um, exploding backgrounds full of all the different things that we're working
Right.
on. So we can talk a little bit about what that process is like and how all of that comes together. And the other thing that we'll do, oh yeah, after the Q&A, David needs to head out, but I will be doing a little bit of live drawing where I'm going to ink and color some comics that I've penciled in, and just doing a little bit of hanging out, doing live art. So
Can
it'll
I
be a grand old time.
I could comment about that catalog that we put together for Gen Con, which is like a normal thing that I think like businesses often do, and it felt like a smart thing to do. I have no idea if it was remotely effective. Like, did
I
somebody
think it
take that
was.
catalog home and like order a shirt from a website? Like, I have no data on that whatsoever, but it really felt like a nice thing to like hand to people at the booth. It had the booth number on it. People could like come back and find us again the next day. So I think that's a standard practice that should become part of conventioneering if people have the wherewithal and the budget to print up some catalogs.
Yeah. Well, one of the interesting things about being a webcomic artist is you're kind of like halfway. You kind of like in like a mid tadpole to frog state. Like you're halfway between being someone who actually can run a business and someone who's just an artist doing whatever they feel like. And I feel like a lot of us fall at different points along that spectrum of like how professionally are we willing to take this. Pamphlets. I mean, that's pretty. Pamphlets is like we're almost hopping. We're almost frogs here. We can almost leave the water or come back to it when we feel like it.
I definitely feel like, I'm always really impressed when I go to conventions and I walk even the artist alley, which is ostensibly people who are either newer in their career, or I mean, there's a lot of artists like, long-term artists who just have an artist alley booth and they just sell their stuff. But I'm always just intrigued and enthralled by all the different choices people make and how they set up their booth, the signage that they have, all the different things that they do to promote and display all of their work. And some of these people are the same people that if you talk to them, they will say like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know what taxes are. Like there's like a real, I feel like everybody has sort of a grab bag of different skill sets. And it's like, I can lay out a table, but I don't know what a W-9 is or whatever. And I feel like I'm kind of the opposite, where like, I'm pretty good at a lot of the like fiddly stuff, like administratively, but for some reason, I exhibited regularly at conventions for 16 solid years, and I felt like it was the first time every single time. I just felt like I could never get it down to a science for some reason. So I'm, I don't mind that maybe that phase of my career is on a break, but now that there's so many internets, there's many more internets than there's ever been. I think instead of convention season this summer, I might do something like this where it's like live streaming and drawing and kind of have some of that connection still with people who want it without having to like schlep to a convention center. So
Yeah, I definitely I have scaled back I think at my peak I was doing maybe a dozen conventions a year. And that was too many conventions.
yeah, that's
I
a
was
lot.
also like at that point I think I hadn't quite turned 30 yet, so I still had like cartilage in my knees and a body that functions.
It is a young person's game to a certain degree. I mean, not to
game.
discount all the many people who like are out there, at the whatever age they happen to be, but I feel like I hope that that's not me to a certain degree.
Yeah. Well, I'm now down to I'm doing about 2 conventions a year with actually Mahjong, which is the opera metal alter ego of my business partner Maroki, with whom I run the Story Engine deck, so she has gotten into the convention game with me. She also used to do a lot of like art shows independently before this, but we do I think 2 conventions a year now, or I do 2. I think Gen Con we do together, and then I was often like one local show that I'll do, and it is nice to be doing fewer of them. And in fact, I enjoy them more when I'm not constantly running from one to the next, and when it's like we get to really be thoughtful and intentional about what we're going to do. I absolutely much prefer it that way. Also, something I'm going to say about both crowdfunding projects and also conventions, doing it with someone else who also worries as much as you do about the details is so much easier. Doing the Pintopia campaign was so much more haphazard than the last crowdfunding campaign I ran with Maroki. We were both in it full time, it is so much easier to do with a business partner. I've having to spend the last month without Maroki's support doing getting this particular like personal side project done a million times harder. Likewise, I think that Gen Con is going to be a trillion times easier because she now spearheads the logistics, and it makes things so much easier. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, having someone that can help you out. I mean, I feel like as people who are creative, it's very easy to get wrapped up in their own heads a lot. And just having that externalization, whether it's for, project management or for brainstorming or whatever, is like such a cool, important thing to have for many people.
Yeah, actually, I gotta say there is just like when we started chatting about the cross collaboration pin was a turning point in this Pintopia project for me. I think we underestimate just how So A, like how much we can all end up in our own creative silos, but B, just kind of how lonely it can be being an artist where you do so much of your work privately, and like putting it out into social media is one thing, but like there definitely is an energy that starts to crackle when you're A, like when you and I did like a face-to-face call to talk about the project a little bit, and that just helped so much to remember like, right, David is a whole real person, and we're gonna be like thinking about, and I like talking to him, and there's a chance to have some fun. And then carrying that out into the emails where we started planning what the cross collab pins were going to look like. Speaking of which, why don't we actually do a little? I
Yeah.
might pull up. Do you want to pull up your project page actually as a preview and share that?
Sure. Yeah, it's
So
5 minutes before all these go live, but we can do a little
yeah, we're
sneak
gonna
peek.
leak 5 minutes early, a little bit of a sneak peek at David's project. But when we started talking
Absolutely.
about the cross collab pins, it just made it a lot more fun. Like it can be such a lonely prospect working in a silo on a project for way too many hours a day. Something that I know, like getting to work full time on the story engine with Moroki, getting to bring collaborators in, and actually getting to bring in the guest comics that I brought on made things a million times more fun.
Absolutely. 4 minutes, 3 seconds. I guess this is the preview page. I guess I can actually share the live page. Let me do that actually. Let's do that. We will give you a little sneak peek at the actual stuff on the campaign. So this is the here we go. So this is the my campaign page, and these are the pins that I'm making. I've included our cross collab pin here, which is the one in the top right, the black and red one. But these are all pins that are inspired by Wondermark and the Wondermark creatures and sentiments, and many. Probably the most well known is going to be the sea lion here, which seems to have taken on a life of his own. But this is now a pin that I don't know that anybody wants to champion the Sea Lions, but they can now tell him to go away. Seems to be the prevailing sentiment for Sea Lions. People who have read Wondermark may recall a couple years ago when there was a storyline revolving around the phrase, check out my sick elephant. This probably means very little to people who did not read this, but if you haven't, I really recommend you take a look at it. And I have a direct link to that at sickelephant.com. Which was
You bagged the URL.
which was a URL that was available. I was
Yeah.
very pleased to see that. So sickelephant.com. It goes some interesting places, but this is Norbert. He's the main character of the storyline. And also he's just sick. He's just got some sick moves here. So Sick Elephant is another one that I'm pretty proud of. And then some of these other sentiments are specific to storylines from Wondermark, but hopefully have some resonance. If you want to kill time, first you have to find the time. These are some dodos who are seeking the time. This is the bibliophibian is someone who is covered in drowning in so many books they have to learn to breathe paper. And so this is a little book explorer. The piranha moose is a recurring character, very scary, but pretty awesome as well. So we want to see what's going on with the piranha moose. This was a bumper sticker that I made. I was an honor student. I don't know what happened. And I actually have a pin that is in the shape of a bumper sticker, but then I realized, why is the pin in the shape of a bumper sticker? It should look like a pin.
Yeah.
So this is like a second version of the same slogan, but it looks like a pin you might get from like an honor society or something like that. There's a famous satellite around the Earth called the Moon. Some call it Luna.
I don't think I've heard about that.
It's pretty new. There probably is actually. Okay. It's pretty new. It's only 100 billion years, whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know how old the moon is, Peter. And it's but it's sometimes it just is loud. So this commemorates the times when the moon yells at you. And then this is our cross collab pin here at the bottom, which is not specific to a comic, but really is evocative of many of the sentiments in Wondermark, which is that sometimes people just like to do things their own way. And it's fun to explore what that might mean. And then this little dude here on the skateboard, also not specific to a comic, but it really made me think of this old comic, which is linked in the campaign, which is just somebody who's just wants to die in a speedboat explosion or something like that.
I'll say it was David's idea to do the Share Zone inspired pins for the cross collab, which is a very unique Facebook page.
Yeah.
So we ended up doing my little skeleton pin is guess I'll just reanimate. So I think they make a lovely little pair, those two skeleton buddies.
Yeah, two of a piece, certainly.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the way that the Pintopia cross collab works, just to reiterate, is anybody who backs both of our campaigns gets both of these for free, and you can't buy them otherwise. So they're only available as a free bonus if you buy at least one other thing from both of us. And apparently, Pintopia is doing a thing where like they have this little tracker of like all the Pintopia projects site wide, and if they're all funded, everyone else gets another pin, and if it's like they're it's just like a real like seasoning on top of spices on top of something that they're really trying to get people to explore the site and see all the different things available and get all these cool bonuses for doing it. I even have a little early bird bonus for the first
Ooh.
48-hour backers where you get free postcards. So
Oh,
BackerKit is really pushing these incentives, which is kind of cool. It makes it a little different from Kickstarter.
and speaking of things that are a little bit different from Kickstarter, Pintopia is a pretty unique thing. Like I haven't seen a crowdfunding platform do like a concentrated push like this, and I do believe that we are actually possibly live now.
It now says live.
Hey,
There's 21 days left in the campaign.
we did it.
Yeah, we did it. Amazing. Start a backer train. Oh,
Hey,
one project has
that
been funded so far. This
amazing.
is Pintopia site wide. So congratulations to whoever that is. Somebody must have had like a $1 goal or something.
Well, that's, I mean, $2,000 of funding slammed right in there. I'm going to hit
Yeah,
just a little publish button on some updates that I had queued here. There's a few that I needed to post manually. And apologies to anyone who follows me on social media for the next, 3 weeks. It's going to be just truly awful. I'm gonna be yelling constantly. But it's live. So yeah, you can check out both of our projects. If you go to, I believe it is wondermark.com/pins, you can back
that's
David's
it.
project there.
Yeah.
You can go to rockpapercynic.com/pins to see my D&D pins. Speaking of which, I'm gonna just do a little tour of my project here.
Yeah. And ours are linked from each other, by the way, like like there's a little thing
Yeah.
on each of our pages, both in the story at the bottom, but also they put a little link on the sidebar for both of ours.
So just give me a moment here. And I'm going to share my page. Okay. How's that for visibility?
Look at that. Oh, who's that handsome fella?
It's me. And I think the live stream should even be showing here. We'll see. In any event, yeah. So my Pintopia is all Dungeons and Dragons themed pinned. I realized this year that I've been playing D&D. I've been playing tabletop role playing games for longer than 25 years, but I've been playing D&D for 25 years as of this year. So I thought it'd be really fun to celebrate that by doing 25 D&D themed pins, or actually it's more than 25 because I'm counting pin sets as a single pin for the purposes of making the numbers work. Because I was trying to make the numbers convenient. It's a nice little piece of storytelling. But yeah, so I've got 25 D&D pins plus, and I actually have up to 5 free bonus pins that you can get. So we got, this is my little early bird pin here, is this little definitely mimic. He's a little talking book. That's if you pledge in the first 48 hours. Anyone who pledges $75 and over, whether that's at a pledge tier at 75 up, or it's you just like do some add-ons, you get a free not a mimic pin. And then there's also one free pin for any returning backers from my previous campaigns, and that includes all the story engine campaigns, the Deck of Worlds campaign, the Lore Masters deck campaign. Anyone who's in a previous campaign gets that for free if they pledge. So you can get the full little set here. If there's any of them that you don't get for free, you can also just add them on for $8 each. These are smaller little guys compared to my normal pins. And then yeah, the 2 free cross collab pins from me and David if you back both of our projects. And like David said, there's a little bar on the right here that floats that shows you the cross collab projects, so you can always click your way through there. And then I've got 5 wonderful guest artists from the world of webcomics who joined me in doing some guest pen illustrations. Shen of Shen Comics, Megan McKay, who does Doodle for Food and Good Boy Guild, Justin Westover, who does Mr. Lovenstein, or Lovenstein. I've actually always meant to ask him how he pronounces it. Andy Stewart, who does Woo, your D&D stories. He did illustrations for College Humor, Noob the Loser, Ben and Steph, Elfin Warrior, and Tater Pig. So a lot of, like me, he jumps between projects and sort of likes telling stories in different mediums. And then Matthew J. Wills from Swords Comic, which is a comic I've been loving for a long time. And I kind of cold reached out to him to see if he would do a pin, and he literally sent me a fully illustrated pin 3 hours later. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, I'll just go do a quick little. I have too many pin designs to do a slow unpack of all of them, but I've got Bard to the Bone. No rule says a dog can't play D&D. Ain't no bullshit like wizard bullshit. Get lich or die trying. My party would be dead without me. R2D20, which is a remaster of an old T-shirt design of mine. When life gives you demons, make a pact. Don't dice shame me. Best friends roll together. It's actually two pins that interlock, so you can give one half to your adventuring buddy. And then we get into the guest pins here. So this is Megan McKay's Dice Hoarder pin with an adorable derpy little dragon. Absolutely love it. This is Matthew J. Will's Swords comic guest pin. Sorry, I was thinking about swords. These two are both by Andy Stewart, Action Surge and Click Clack Sneak Attack. Um, and then two from Justin, Mr. Levenstein, making this shit up as I go, which is a very DM friendly pin. And I swear the dice are trying to kill me. And then Shen did actually three pins because I had one idea that turned into two ideas for him to do, and then a second backup idea, and I ended up liking his sketches for all of them. So this one is still good, 1 HP pin, but then it comes with you can also add on separately a luck pin with two big nat 1 hammer fists, smashing him into the ground. And then he did a great comic about this guy in very like anime tropes thing. The guy goes into fights and says like, I calculate that, and always gets beat up while calculating how he's going to get beat up. And I just thought it'd be really fun to do a kind of goblin-y little guy version of that for D&D with the nat 1 for like failing a saving throw. And then these are some of my old pin designs that I'm bringing back. So these ones have been in circulation. You may have seen me bring them out at shows. And yeah, that's sort of my project. Not all of these are available right off the bat. Some of these need to be unlocked. But I got a good feeling we're going to get there. And then we got our little cross collab pins, and you can click this banner to go see David's project. Yeah.
Excellent. Amazing. And what a collection. 25 pins is an enormous number of pins.
And some would say too many pins. Some people would say that.
Not me.
I might even say that.
Well, one other thing I wanted to highlight then, since if we're going to kind of do the overview, if we have just another second, one thing that you mentioned that you were bringing back some, or that you are also making available some designs that you have made previously, and I just wanted to highlight a couple of those as well, because I also have pins that I have made that they're available as add-ons. So you have to back for something new, but then you can just throw in one of these in the add-ons. And the ones that I like, in particular, there's Penny here. So if you need an assistant to help you do your pin collection, that little guy is there just to pop up in the corner and help you out. So that one I think has been really, really popular with pin collectors in the past. And then I have this typography one, lead current or get out of the way, which is a pun that only works when you read it and not when you say it out loud if you say it properly, which is something I appreciate about it. So these are all available as add-ons. And then I've also set up a bunch of my other stuff, like all these stickers and stuff, which are available. I mean, you can just buy them at any time you want, but if you're buying pins as well, you can add these on to the pledge, and it doesn't add any extra shipping or anything. It just is a good opportunity to make a cool little present for yourself. So when you get a package in the mail, it's got tons of cool stuff in it.
Yeah, you gotta love the little add-ons and the doodads, and it's a wonderful way to support independent artists. So we love it.
There's that too. Absolutely. Well, what if we take a few minutes to talk about all kinds of other topics? So, I mean, Peter, you've been playing D&D for 25 years. You've also been doing comics for a good piece of that time, and like you said earlier, creative projects in general have been, you and I both have sort of like bounced from thing to thing, assembling. I mean, I won't speak for you, but really assembling a career sort of
that's exactly
as we go.
I used to.
Yeah. I mean, tell me about how you got started and what some of your first projects were and sort of how they went and what you think about them now.
Yeah, so I started doodling comics. I mean, I did comics in high school. Like I would do little comics for the student newspaper and stuff like that. But Rock Paper Cynic started kind of as like notebook marginalia when I was in university. Like I would get little intrusive thoughts that I would only like 10 years later find out were ADHD symptoms because I wasn't diagnosed until like 3 years ago. But I'd have these intrusive thoughts and I'd get them out by kind of doodling something in the margins of a notebook. And in my undergrad and masters, I was focused on medieval literature, so it's actually like kind of funny because there's a long tradition of like marginalia on manuscripts, and I was
Hmm.
participating in that in my own weird little way. But yeah, I would doodle these little comic ideas out, and a lot of them were terrible. Some of them were like a very specific hilarious in joke, like if you have read The Knight of the Cart by Sir Thomas Malory, or like very specific medieval texts about like King Arthur. Like I would do these very deep dive comics for myself, but then occasionally also I do some that were like a little bit more relatable. This was back in like 2008. And I started publishing them online, and then in the local, I went to Dalhousie University and University of King's College in Halifax, Canada, and I would publish those in kind of like the local student papers, and it started to take off a little bit. And from there, it kind of was one of those things where like I would do comics for a while every week, and then sporadically, but I would also use that as a jumping off point for launching new projects. So like I do microfiction as a short story. I started doing comedy music under the name Rock Paper Cynic, and like sort of geek music. Started publishing some books, which were kind of like one foot in the world of traditional publishing, like you did have a publisher, but one foot in the world of self-pub, because a lot of it would be pushed out through Kickstarter. And I've kind of always bounced around between oh, thank you so much for backing both projects. I really appreciate that. Also, yeah, it was wonderful meeting you at Gen Con and getting to have like a proper hug because we've been chatting online. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very
Um,
much.
so yeah, basically bouncing between projects and just like trying to find different ways to like grow my creative disciplines. I think I've always been primarily a writer, and then I've always been able to like draw or design or do music well enough to land jokes or idea or like written ideas in different media. So I've never been like particularly good as a musician and particularly technically talented as an artist, but I think I've always had a good sense of like how to take a written concept or idea and make it work in different media. And I think that's been like kind of the thing that's also kept me interested in my work all these years. It's like I can get bored quickly of a project, but if I can find a way to like twist it or innovate it, I'll do so. And eventually, basically, I've been doing like crowdfunding projects and these little independent things for so long that when I launched the Story Engine, which is a deck of cards for coming up with writing prompts and storytelling prompts for like dungeon masters or tabletop RPG players, I had enough of a following, enough of a track record of like delivering projects, and I think just enough skills accumulated for like running and delivering a project on scale that when that one took off in a way that like nothing I had built before had, I was ready for it. Or I was ready to grow into it anyway. So Story Engine was kind of the big pivot point where that's really when I was able to take on like independent creative projects full time in a really big way and like make a stable living out of that. And I love it. And I've been actually so invested in the Story Engine for the past 3 years that like this is my first time kind of going back to do a big side project while also doing Story Engine work. So this is kind of fun for me because I haven't actually launched a new illustration project in like 7 years.
Well, and the story engine, I mean, you mentioned that it was, enormous, which I definitely, paid attention to that and saw that as well. And congratulations on that, scale. I
Yeah.
don't think we've really talked much since then, but um, I mean, what has that meant for you? Like, obviously the initial hurdle is like producing and fulfilling the orders, like the Kickstarter and everything. But the thing that I have really struggled with over the course of my career is like the birthing of something and then the raising of something feel like metaphorically two different phases. And like you can get a lot of people excited about something and you can yourself be very excited about launching something, and then sometimes these things kind of trail off and other times they sustain and morph into other forms. And sort of what have you found to be the pattern that that project has taken over the course of now 3 years since it's launched?
I think what I like about Story Engine is that, well, kind of how I mentioned, like my interest has been how do I take a creative idea and translate it to different genres. I think Story Engine is really where I get to play with creativity as an abstract concept. So, like, what does it mean to be creative? How do you prompt someone to think creatively or divergently? And because we've done different like in standalone deck systems. The first deck system was Story Engine, which is for creating writing prompts, so very like zoomed in on like character motivation, and how that motivation interacts with like the setting or other parts of the story. The next pivot from that was doing like a world building deck where it's more big picture. So Deck of Worlds was a deck for coming up with micro settings, kind of as a sketch through time. So like this individual location, what are the points of interest? How did it start? What is it like now, and how might it change in the future if like a big event was to happen? And then most recently we did the Lore Masters deck, which is kind of combining the two. You can get really fine focus where you can like zoom in on the level of like individual characters in your world or factions. You can build like creatures, you can build locations, objects, materials, and events, but you can also kind of zoom out and look at the larger pattern of how they're connected. So you could like build a character who's known for using a particular like creature as their house sigil, and that creature could have been like fundamental in like as like a battle animal at like a particular historical battle, which is where a location got decimated, but the runes of that location were used to build a new artifact where like, and you can combine all these different card types and do like fine detail storytelling and broad scope storytelling. So I think what has made Story Engine very sustainable for me, like where I've been like 3 years of like really working on Story Engine and like been excited every day to do that, has been the fact that like I get to kind of look at the gears that drive creativity from the back end and think about like how to build different engines that help people access their own creativity in ways that are really renewable for me. Like
Mhm.
getting to do those slight pivots and think about ways to unlock people on like processes that they might get stuck on is like it's just a renewably interesting problem for me. Like I love the study and science of creativity, the philosophy of creativity, the psychology of creativity. So for me, it's been a very happy playground. How
Well,
about
I
you?
think.
Because
Well,
sorry.
I mean, sorry, I was just going to ask one more follow up on that because it's very interesting to me. Um, the way that you're sort of like merging the macro, which is just the idea of creativity, and the micro, which is like the tropes of like D&D, and like we're going to do this to build, settings and characters and monsters and whatever. So we're like funneling these larger concepts through this. These very precise applications for this very precise like audience. Um, I mean, I can definitely see how that is. Like, there's so much to like dig into over time that like, it seems like I can see why it would be very interesting. Have you had people like, what is the ongoing like engagement with people who are either using it or interested in what's coming next? Are people excited to kind of see what the next chapter or the next expansion is going to be? Do you what is the audience like for that sort of ongoing?
It's been really cool. Like I think it's the thing more than anything else that I've made that has taken on a community that is entirely independent of me, which is like amazing and a little
That's
bit
cool.
terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's like a community-run Discord where people share their prompts and talk about different ways to use the deck. People have built their own PDFs of like new unique prompt formats, kind of like tarot cards. You can do different spread designs. People have made up their
Hmm.
own spread designs.
That's really
Um,
fun.
and like the thing that really has been blowing my mind is that like um, a novel written using Story Engine Deck and Deck of Worlds as like some supporting guides by C.L. Clark sold to Tor
Oh wow,
warmongers.
that's amazing.
Victor Manabow's The Sleepless was I know heavily sort of inspired by some of the prompts from Story Engine Deck. Like there are people who are right now there's a Kickstarter for what's the name of it? Um, uh, but Desiree Nordland is the creator, who's building a TTRPG setting that was inspired by Deck of Worlds, and it's on Kickstarter right now. So it's been very cool to like see projects come out of people who have like found this and found a way to make it their own. And I think that like if you look at my comics, I overwrite my comics. Like I write too many punchlines and the supporting punchlines. I'm so text heavy and dependent.
I don't know what
Story,
that's. I've never heard of that concept. By
yeah,
the way,
no,
I'm just gonna say,
certainly, yeah,
don't look at Wondermark because
yeah.
that doesn't happen there either.
A little shame. Yeah, I think we both like writing. We can both fall back heavily on the written word.
Yeah.
And something that like was very different about Story Engine was it was my opportunity to learn how to like write less and get out of the way and leave more room for whoever is picking up the art or the medium on the other side to
Hmm.
do the thinking and creating and inventing with it. So like Story Engine, early drafts of it were heavily overwritten. And what ended up really working was realizing like this is not about my ideas or dazzling or being clever. It's really about creating a space for people to see their own cleverness and experience their own surprise themselves with their own creativity. Because like I've seen people who do not identify as creative pick up the deck and start coming up with some absolute banger ideas, and it surprises them. So yeah, getting to see the community pick that up and take that on has been like absolutely amazing. I want to quickly acknowledge here Nathan. Um, who came to the Edmonton Expo concert way back, and I used to hand out these little dollar, like printed out on ecru paper dollar bills that I'd like doodled on as like little, if people wanted to come spend it at the table, they could spend it at the table and it counted as cash towards a
Oh, that's
purchase.
fun. I like that
Some
idea.
people just collected them because they were like, I would do different colors different years. So it's really awesome that just Nathan still has one of those. That's really cool.
That's neat.
But speaking of things taking on a life of their own, sea lion is in the Urban Dictionary. You have put a word into the popular lexicon. Um, can you talk a little bit about, I guess, like early days of Wondermark to seeing it kind of be something that is part of pop culture? What has that experience been like?
I mean, it's been really weird, especially with the sea lion thing, because really, I mean, all I did was the first thing. All I did was like observe a thing, and then the sort of taking it and applying it in making it into a verb and things like this. Like that's things that happen downstream from me, and sometimes I get blamed for that by people who like are not super happy with it. But it's been really interesting to watch it be recognized. Like I get people who I'm actually a little bit surprised. I guess I don't know when it doesn't happen, so this is maybe like a skewed sample. But people will like tag me and say, "Though this is from Wondermark or whatever." So like the unlike many memes, it feels like the provenance of it is a little bit more intact. Whereas I think I think about something like Casey Green and the "This Is
Yeah.
Fine" dog, which is like amazing, and of course many people identify that with him, but I'm sure many more have no idea where it came from. And maybe that is also true with the sea lion, because again, I don't know when it doesn't happen. But one of the things that I started doing ages ago, kind of deliberately, was I put the word Wondermark and my name on the image that is the comic. And it's like, not everybody does that. And I feel like it's kind of a best practice, in my opinion, to just bake in that attribution to the image file itself, because it's the simplest thing to share is just the image. Now, in these days, I think people probably screenshot things more than they download the file. But it very often when I see it, like the sea lion comic being passed around, it's the whole thing. And I mean, people make modifications to it and whatever, but rarely do I see somebody like crop out the title in a way that I think you would expect them to do. So for whatever reason, it seems to have kind of like stuck in terms of where it came from. But that's 10 years ago now. That comic came out in 2014, which is amazing.
2014 wasn't 10 years ago. You're lying about that and the age of.
I wish I were. And here's the bonkers thing to me. Like I told you that I started Wondermark in 2003. That means the sea lion is sort of like just over the halfway point in the age of Wondermark, which like I would have thought it was like a few years ago, sure, but there's not as much before. There's not been as much since then as there was before that. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. And that's at least in terms of time, as I mentioned, sort of the pacing of it in the last couple of years has been variable. But I started 2003 was a very different time for webcomics. The whole 2000s was a whole different time for webcomics. I think you can really extremely clearly divide the age of the internet and the age of internet culture into eras, and a few of those dividing lines are going to be pre and post social media and pre and post smartphones. And pre-social media, people would go to websites, or they would read those emails that they subscribed to. For a hot minute, they were reading RSS feeds, until Google. Really, if you talk to anybody who's been in webcomics or maybe other fields, blogging as well, they'll point to the death of Google Reader in 2008, I think it was, as like the time when there was like a real attrition in readership that was never recovered, because that was a centralized form that people were conveniently reading websites and blogs and then just never sought out the material that they were missing when the service shut down. And that's true of me as well. So back in those early days, there were some things you had to do when you were making webcomics. You had to keep to a regular schedule, because people would come and check your website and then see if there was something new. They would open up their bookmarks. It was really important to have an email list, because some people, the way that you spread often was people would forward emails to their friends. As some sites like Dig, early Reddit, stumble upon became popular, you would have these like social sharing links where people could like upvote things on those pages, and getting something on the front page of Dig, would give you a huge spike of traffic, or a big blog, like Boing Boing or Slashdot or something like that. You could get a big spike of traffic. And then what you would hope is that they would either come back the next time, or they would subscribe to your newsletter or whatever. I think these days, there's so much more reading that happens only on social media, and people only go to a website if they are linked to it from something on social media. And the thing that we have to contend with is the fact that people don't see most of what even they choose to subscribe to, whether it's Facebook or whether it's Twitter or Blue Sky or what have you. You can like a page or follow a page, and then not by any fault of your own, just miss 90% of what's posted by that page because the algorithm doesn't show it to you, or it's lost in a sea of feeds or of other posts or whatever it is. So Facebook is a particularly bad culprit because they throttle what you post to make you, the publisher, pay to show it to more people who have opted in to see it. It's like a terrible thing. And, and all these sites, whether it's Facebook or Instagram, they all want to prioritize video because that has higher, or by some metric, it is a different level of engagement that they want people to they're trying to incentivize. And so those of us who are making images are a little bit disadvantaged by that, just algorithmically. So like being beholden to this algorithm is a new thing. And I think there are lots of people who have been very successful on Instagram or on Reddit, or, like Swords Comic, I discovered on Reddit. Shen's Comics I discovered on Reddit, and I think that those are great ways to discover things, and I think they're not great ways to follow things or to sustainably get really in deep with a creator. And I think that's it's a bit of a shame, but at the same time we have to use the tools that are available to us. So I think things like this, where people can rally around an event, it's like, oh yeah, I could buy a pin anytime, but there's like a time limited thing, and there's a bonus, and you can kind of like correspond with the creators. You can understand a little bit more. It's like you kind of need that sometimes to get people to pay attention. And I think it's a cool thing. This is a new way to do it. This Pintopia thing is a we've done crowdfunding, you and I both, and it's been fine. And I think 10 years ago I would tell you that was the way to really get people excited. And I think I think some of that bloom is off the rose. I don't think Kickstarter is as reliable of a source of excitement as maybe it once was. So I'm interested in this as just a way to get a different approach, and just to see something novel in the way that people approach crowdfunding.
Yeah, I know in 2012-ish for me was when I really started thinking about I think it's when Facebook started rolling out some of the first algorithm changes that really made it hard for you to access your own following, and where I started to think a lot more about how do I maintain relationships with the people who care about the work that I do in ways that are going to survive the rise and fall of social media platforms, or the rise and fall of algorithms within those platforms. Um, because Facebook's goal is to keep people on Facebook for as much time as possible, and then also to monetize as much of the time that they spend there as possible. Neither of those things is particularly going to help me with anything that I do, and I'm actually creating kind of a free product for them by putting everything there. So yeah, being able to hold on to a mailing list, just so I've got a place where I can always reach people, where at the very least I still hold the thread of that relationship on some level. It's not being held in the hands of a giant corporation that is going to use it for whatever ends that it wants. I know 2012 is when I started really thinking about that a lot more. And also where I started realizing I'm going to be pivoting projects fairly often. So the idea that some people can maintain a consistent brand and aesthetic over a long period of time was something that I realized was probably not going to be for me. So I started thinking a little bit more about what are the essential qualities of a thing that Peter made that will make it look like a thing that Peter made, even if it's serious microfiction versus a comedy song versus a silly comic, versus another artist collaboration comic versus a deck of prompts. And I think that there's kind of a spirit of creativity, curiosity, and enthusiasm that tends to run through most of my projects, whatever mode they're in. So aesthetically, they may not look the same, but I think that there is a little bit of a underlying creative ethos, which is this is another thing that Peter's really excited to just run out from the workshop and show you.
I
Um,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I have felt the same about like what are the common threads. It feels like it's important to kind of draw some connection between things, even if they are vastly different. And like Wondermark has a particular aesthetic as an artistic project, and that is specific to Wondermark and its related things. It's like it's not like I'm doing filtering every single thing I do through that lens. And I think that I used to believe very strongly that if you have a strong creative, point of view, then the people who are attracted to your work are attracted to your point of view generally and will hopefully follow you to other things that share that point of view, even if it is a different type of work. And I think that is true in cases. And I can definitely think of times when, for example, I've read a book by an author and it's like, I'm now a fan of this author. I now want to see the other work that they have done. That happens to me a lot in fiction. So I'm hoping that that's true. With me being on the other side of that, I'm less certain that it's reliable. Like I think that there are some people who are attracted to a project and then another project is just maybe not always for them. And that's of course fine. But I think it's a really valuable thing to think about. I know that there's a lot of people in our field who struggle between like, am I branding the work? Am I branding myself? Am I branding some umbrella that all my work then descends from or, is sheltered by? And I don't I don't have a clear answer to that myself, but I'm very interested to kind of explore what that means. And so like you've done with this pin project and sort of with some of the other stuff that you've done, Story Engine, like if there's a unifying idea, it's the idea of, role-playing games and sort of exploring creativity within that structure and the different sort of parameters of that. And I am doing something kind of similar recently where like I've been working in games, tabletop games professionally now for the last 5 years. Like that's my job, in addition to doing creative stuff here. And I started doing that with, Wondermark and with Machine of Death, like games type projects. I did my first Machine of Death game.
Actually, can you actually introduce Machine of Death quickly for
Oh yeah, yeah,
people?
yeah. So if people aren't
I've been
familiar,
following it since I remember finding out about it during I think my master's year. Like I can actually remember sitting in the seat at the library at Dalhousie in the Killam Library, finding it and being like, "This is super cool." But for those who haven't discovered it,
yeah, well, and so this is a thing that, again, it came about in an era when the internet was different because it actually was birthed on a forum. So Ryan North, who does a comic called Dinosaur Comics, who has been also doing comics since 2003, one of the old heads in webcomics, has since gone on. He still does Dinosaur Comics, but has since gone on to an illustrious career at Marvel. He writes the Fantastic Four right now for Marvel and has done several other books that are very interesting. But he did in Dinosaur Comics. One of the threads is, or one of the common themes is just the characters talking about ideas for stories, and then, as Ryan would put it, that means he doesn't have to write the story; he just gets the idea out, and by virtue of his characters talking about how cool it would be. And so one of them was this idea of a machine that can predict how you die, and it takes a blood sample and it gives you a little prediction that is unchangeable but very cryptic and often only makes sense in retrospect. So the classic example being the slip says old age, and it turns out you are hit by a car driven by an old man who fell asleep at the wheel. And so there's like an irony in death that can create surprising narratives. And so I at the time was on the Dinosaur Comics message board, as people used to be back then on message boards. And so several of us started talking about how cool this would be as a collection, not just a story, but a collection of stories. And so over the course of several years, it took 3 years from that point to actually, we had a call for submissions for people to write stories based on this prompt. We commissioned illustrations. We pitched it to publishers. Eventually, we did not get any interest from publishers, but we decided to self-publish it. We put it on Amazon. We had a big sort of, this is pre-Kickstarter, sort of like launch campaign rally where we encouraged everybody to buy it on Amazon all on the same day, which made us a bestseller. We were the #1 book on Amazon for 36 hours. And so all of a sudden, this created much of a tension around the project that didn't exist. And I remember Glenn Beck had a book that came out the same day, and he was not #1 because of our book. And so he talked about us on his radio show. He called us part of the liberal culture of death, which was like amazing, right? Free advertising.
that is like the best review you could
Yeah.
possibly ask for.
And so that kind of bumped it up for another cycle. And then the book, we had like over 600 submissions to the book, of which we chose like 30 stories to publish. And so people really responded well to it because they're like, oh, these stories are great. Like we picked the best stories, and showed a range of explorations of this concept. So there's some that were serious, some that were silly, some that were, long, some that were short. And so it was a real range, and it's a really compelling idea that people really responded to. And so that was followed up by a second book. We did another volume, which we got over 500 submissions for the second volume. That was published with a traditional publisher. And then around that same time, we're now up to 2013, I published a card game, a storytelling game, on the machine of death concept, it's called the Game of Creative Assassination, where you play assassins. It's a very cartoonish Wile E. Coyote kind of exploration of this idea of the machine, where how your target has to die. So what you have to do is build the Rube Goldberg machine that's going to kill them. And there's a DM who called the chief, who assigns you difficulty to different pieces of your plan, and then there's a time limit where you have to come up with changes on the fly as your plan fails. And it's very, very fun. It's extremely silly. I think it was one of the predecessors to. There's now been a trend of like use wacky prompts to make a funny story. No, nothing. I mean, like the sort of vastly lower rent version of what you have done, and in the way that is the opposite of what you have done, where the cards just give you funny things that you string together, and then you hope it's entertaining. And that's, for a certain audience, that's interesting. I think we were one of the first games to kind of explore that idea, and it was a huge success. We did that one on Kickstarter. We raised over $500,000, and it was like you described with the story engine. It was like, oh, this is a big thing. I now have this project to unfold, and the event around it and the community that sort of arose around it was really, really heartening and lovely and wonderful. And I did it in collaboration with Chris Straub, who is known from Chainsaw Suit and does stuff with Penny Arcade. And so that was like a solid year of not just making the game, finishing and printing and shipping the game, but also doing all the other types of rewards. And we had a bunch of other things that we made alongside of it, and it became a whole thing that had this pattern that I described earlier, where it kind of was everything I was doing for a while, and then it kind of like petered off and became a thing that I had done. And so, but that is not related to Wondermark at all, like aesthetically. Certainly, I think you could say that there's a creative similarity just in terms of the fact that it's interesting and that I think it's interesting. But those really feel like things that exist in parallel as opposed to in series. And so I think that's good, because Machine of Death at its peak was more popular than Wondermark ever has been. And just in terms of how many people were really into it. And I think a lot of that was because Ryan brought his audience to it. And then, it kind of broke containment, as they say, and sort of like percolated into a larger cultural sphere. And Wondermark, for as much as I love it and have affection for it, I do think it has always been, a little bit more niche, and probably because I put too many words in it, and it seems like a lot to dig into. You gotta pinch and zoom in a little bit to read it. So I understand people don't want to do that. But that being said, that a handful of comics have really, because everything is standalone, a handful of comics have really kind of taken on lives of their own. The Sea Lion being the obvious example, but a few other ones. I think I was the first person to ever publicly suggest using chopsticks to eat Cheetos. That kind of became a meme. And if you look on Know Your Meme, like they credit me as the originator of that. And so that's one of my pins that I made, is like a little chopstick, like just interesting ideas that end up being random thoughts that sort of resonate with other people, is the mode that we're all operating in. Like, is this a thing that other people also find interesting? How about this thing? How about this thing? How about this thing? How about this thing? And then you do it just for 20 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to jump in really quickly and talk about like neuroplasticity and play are deeply related. All right. The ability for your brain to like change and evolve and grow and learn new things, which gets harder, once you pass the age of 25, it's like harder to learn new skills. It's harder to change the way you think. But a huge, another comment from Nathan. Didn't know that you were the origin of Cheetos and chopsticks. Thank you for this contribution to
it's my
all of our
pleasure.
brains. So one of the things that sort of helps you keep your brain just a little bit more like able to grow and change as you get older is what's called itinerancy testing, I believe is the term for it in psychology often, which is like just, and games are a great way to do this, right? Games are actually really, play in games are really heavily linked to neuroplasticity. The idea that by taking on different roles, by experimenting with different outcomes and strategies, you sort of start to rewire and reweight and adjust your brain's like reward systems and thinking systems and planning systems, execution systems. But I think creatively, like having a project where you can just try stuff and the stakes are the other thing about play, that the stakes need to be not as real life, but more than nothing, right? Like we need to want to, in any game you need to want to have some kind of outcome for it to be meaningful, but it can't be so real that you would be like your life or livelihood or health would be affected if you lost. And I feel like webcomics are kind of in that sense a game, right? Like we try different things, we itinerancy test, we try different jokes and styles, different punchlines, more text, less text. And there's something that like I have been really thinking about a lot in terms of creative practice, about like I think it's a thing of our generation, and it's a thing of early webcomics, and to a certain extent later webcomics. But I think later webcomics actually have a better mindset than we do for this. But there's a mindset for like our generation that like you hustle and you find a way to turn it into some kind of like secondary income. And you work really hard at that, and that's one of the markers of legitimacy that you've made it, or it's one of the ways that you measure your worth for it, or it's just one of the goals because you feel like in order to justify this thing you're doing, you need to have some kind of success or reward from it. And I think it like changes the way that I create when I know that when I'm doing it for a reward and I'm not doing it just because I want to. And I know that a lot of my better comics, or at least like my best and worst comics, have come out of being in a state of being willing to play a little bit, to like try and fail at ideas, to not necessarily link the outcome of the comic to like some kind of outcome in terms of social media shares or if it's merchable. And instead to just be like in that space of like I'm not doing this to perform, I'm not doing this for other people, but I'm doing this almost like the way that like you would do yoga. Like it can just be good to spend a bit of time doing creative discipline on your own for yourself, stretching those muscles. And like you don't have to publish all of it. And there's a lot of stuff that I make that I don't publish because I'm like, that was just for me.
Mhm.
But I do like that I've had a project like Rock Paper Cynic, and to a certain extent like Shortest Story, where like it can be a bit of a yoga for me. It can be a bit of a like creative journal where like what it's going to be about or the themes or the style may change over time as I'm exploring different things. There's still kind of an underlying framework to it that makes it different from another project, but it gives me a bit more permission to like play in the sandbox, so to speak.
Well, and I think that those things that are, playful, to use your term, is like those are the idiosyncrasies that make some of these work specific to them, right? Those are the things that I think are what audiences react to because it's so specific. I learned something. I took a stand-up class years ago, and uh, I learned something that just stuck in my mind ever since. And the person leading the class was sort of giving tips for like beginning people who had never written a stand-up routine before, and they're like, here's just a couple best practices. And the gist of it was, you can get up there on stage and you can say, have you ever done this? And the response for most people will be no, but that's not my experience. But if you get up there and you say, I've done this, then people say, oh yeah, me too. And it's like the window into your personal experience, the specific becomes relatable in a different way than trying to be relatable. And I think we can make judgments as creative people about like the level of soul that we want to bear. But I think to go back to your comment about playfulness, it's like a thing that is funny to you will be funny to someone else, and the person for whom it is funny is the person you want to speak to, because that's the person that is on your wavelength. I have done a lot of contract work or other work for other companies where I'm asked to do something creative that is within my skill set, but the intended audience or the intended effect or the intended tone of it is not something that I sort of natively find interesting. I think this is true of most people in most jobs, I would probably say. The things that they're doing are things that they are doing because the job requires it, not because it's the thing that they love doing inherently. And, obviously there's a spectrum of that. But it's really amazing how if you make a thing for an intended audience of whom you are not part, and there's lots of situations in which that might feel necessary or is necessary, it is incredibly difficult to do it well. and you can, have a strong level of craft. And I think there's obviously many people who are more practiced at this than myself, but I have found that very difficult. You see how I just pivoted that to like people doing something to my experience doing something? I personally have found that to be some of the most difficult stuff in my creative career is trying to imagine what another audience might want to hear, of whom I am not a part. And so I think that speaking your own voice such that then the people who pay attention to you are by definition the people that have selected to be interested in you is the most, like, it can be a slow road, but is the sustainable road for the long term, because now you have those people who are attracted to that point of view and attracted to that voice, attracted to that way of doing things. And that, even as that changes and you grow and you become older and your tastes change and your point of view on the world changes, that's happening to that audience as well. And sometimes those things converge or they diverge, but it's the thing that the North Star that you can be true to is your own sense in whatever moment you occupy of what you think is worthwhile.
Yeah, I definitely that resonates with me, and I definitely have tried both in contract work and occasionally in my own comics to like, I'm gonna just like, people are making comics about this thing that they find funny. I'm gonna try one of those on. Often it falls flat. Sometimes I find my way into it by like through practice, and I don't think it's necessarily bad to like, you want to balance like understanding what is authentic to you with being willing to stretch your comfort zone and like try on new hats and experiment with new things. You got to balance those two things.
For sure.
I think early in my career, I was so much just trying to emulate other people's comics that I really failed to establish a tone for Rock Paper Cynic until like probably like 2011 is when I think I started to finally find something that felt a little bit more like me. Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely challenging. But I think one of my favorite things to do, and I don't think I've ever talked about this. It's a thing that you and I have done at cons, and I do a lot with Sam Logan when we table together, which is pitch each other terrible T-shirts that no one will want, but are so funny in the moment.
Just so funny.
And it is like it's a weird specific genre, but I think it's one of those activities where like to me it's my favorite kind of play because like the stakes are exactly right. I want to make my friend laugh. I want to make.
And there's a constraint to it, right? Like there's a form that you can fill. It's not just any joke in the world. You're trying to like continue a rhythm or a series that's like building on its own shape and also what you've been riffing on for the past 2 days.
Yeah. And I love that. Like to me, that is exactly the right space for like just nonsense play and building creative muscles. It's also one of the reasons that like I like D&D so much is it feels like a little contained. It is a playground of the exact right size to explore, to know kind of what the boundaries are, push those a little bit. And yeah, I love that level of like of low stakes fun, but where there is still kind of a goal involved.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of stuff. I mean, that's what friendships are about, right? Is just like having people that you can sync with on that wavelength. And like for someone like you or I, having fun and joking is a big part of that. I'm sure that's true for most people. I'm sure even people in different sorts of, with different sorts of friendships will agree that like having people that you vibe with is fulfilling and creatively energizing. And so that's one of the most interesting and valuable and nourishing things about conventions is just being in that environment of like you're socializing, you're with your colleagues, you're meeting other people, and that's fine and that's lovely, but also you're like having that sort of like sustained, almost like coworker kind of banter that is a relief from sitting alone in the room, working on a computer. And when people give you money, like I like that part too. Like that's also very nice. I do appreciate those moments, but the socialization of it is like, has been so nourishing for my creative career. Like I mentioned earlier, we're talking about the pins, the Sick Elephant saga, which is a very strange storyline. It's the longest storyline Wondermark has ever sustained, which is typically not a story comic. It went on for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. And it ended up in a book. I collected it into a book that's 132 pages long. So it's a significant amount of, creative output. And it all came from being really tired at a convention and talking to Sam and saying like, what should I make my comic about? And we just went on this like 20-minute riff. And the result of it was like this very bad pun about a sick elephant. And like, oh, you could do like 3 of them in a row that are all different puns. And then that turned into this thing that is like one of the things that people, like one of the significant accomplishments of Wondermark just came from that moment. So that's like, just, you can never predict when that's going to happen, and just being in that environment and like allowing that to flower in the way that you described, of like, it's just play, we're just goofing. It's like, you never know what can arise from that.
Yeah, I'd say like a good quarter of the comic ideas that I get in a year now, because I'm not actively making comics, but I'll get comic ideas randomly and jot them down, or sometimes sketch them out to myself. But about a quarter of them happen at like the 2 conventions a year that I go to, because it is just you're seeing new things, you're bouncing ideas off of people. There is that like kind of crackling energy that makes it a lot of fun. And yeah, like being a solo artist and a solo entrepreneur can be an incredibly lonely path a lot of the time. So like having those moments of like being part of a community and getting to feel and experience that, like I didn't realize how much I missed it until, so I hadn't done a convention through all of COVID until I think I did an Emerald City, like heavily masked when they were doing mask and vaccine checks. Like maybe 2 years in. But I remember like shortly before that, I hadn't been to a con in like 2 years, and I found some old footage that a friend and collaborator Justin had shot on camera for a music video for a song I'd written called Geeks in Love. And literally just opening the files and hearing that ambient murmur sound of a convention hall full of people, like I did not expect to feel a gut punch from that. I thought like, oh, this is gonna be like fun to open this. I actually felt like I missed that. I missed that in a part of my, like an organ I didn't know I had, because I hadn't like activated in 2 years. A sense organ for community. It was very disorienting for me to realize how much I'd missed it kind of all at once through that.
I had a really similar experience, actually, because I, like you, I also, didn't go to conventions all through COVID. There were no conventions in the first part of COVID. I think there should have been no conventions for longer, but it's neither here nor there. But like, just by happenstance, that lined up with me starting to work for the company that I work for now, which is, my day job. It's a company called Cut, where I make games. And it's really interesting work, and I really, appreciate and enjoy, but it is a different kind of work from doing my own creative work. And it is, it has morphed over time into something I think maybe farther from my own sensibility than where it started. And so along that path, over the course of those many years, now there have come a lot of challenges, like creative challenges, trying things that don't work, not really knowing what to do next, just things that have felt like a struggle. And there were some moments when I really felt like, like imposter syndrome, I think is a cliche, but just thinking like, have I lost whatever I thought I had in terms of being like, I think I'm a smart creative person. I think I have been successful in the past. The world is changing. Everything is different now. Can I not catch up? I don't understand what's happening. Like, am I like, I feel like Grandpa Simpson. It's like, what I have isn't it? They changed what it was. It'll happen to you. And it's like, that happened to me. And so it's like, is that it? Am I, should I just lie down in the coffin? Guess I'll die. And so I had an experience of going to an event called Alaska Robotics Comics Camp, which is a thing that happens every year in Juneau. And it was also on pause during COVID, but it resumed last year for the first time in several years. And it was about a year ago, last spring. And not only did I see a bunch of other people that I sort of knew from comics, and friends that I hadn't seen in a long time, but the environment, the context of that event was so much about the thing that I know how to do. It wasn't me trying to do a thing I was struggling with. It was now back in my element in terms of just like, oh, I get these people. I get what they're interested in. I get what we're all doing here together. I get why we find each other interesting. These conversations come very easily now. The jokes come, like you said, that energy is crackling in a certain sense. And then the value of that experience is just, I can't overstate it, because I got home and it's like, oh, right. It's not me necessarily. It's the context. It's me trying to do something that's not me is hard. But turns out if I'm doing something that feels like it is me, I'm actually still good at that. I have that muscle is atrophied to it, but it still is in there. You can still flex it a little bit. You can still make it beat. And so that was a really powerful experience in the same way that you described, because it's like, it was just a data point that I was missing about that led to a reevaluation of a self-conception that had gotten into like a negative place, and it really like kind of boosted that. And it's like, okay, I think I can actually, and that was actually one of the seeds that then led to a couple months later. It's like, I got to get back into doing Wondermark. I got to get back into doing the thing that I know, not just how to do, but is my voice, and that answers ultimately to me and the things that I think are interesting. Because otherwise, I just like, the only thing I'm doing are things that I'm bad at. And when you keep doing that for a long time, it's like, and I don't mean bad, like, I think I was doing good work, but it wasn't the right kind of work for what was necessary in certain parts of the job. And so I got like, again, farther and farther away from like really understanding my role, or like how I was interacting with what the needs of that thing were. And it's like, I just could see the path going farther and farther away. And it's like, I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know what I'm doing. And so this has really been a season of recentering for me. And like, you know, does it mean gonna drop everything and like go back to doing nothing but this? It would that it were possible, right? I think the economies and, the cost of living and all these things, they change more rapidly than I think any of us would like. And so it becomes this balancing act that's really difficult to navigate. But, just that experience in isolation, and then sort of since then, and things like this, Pintopia, I'm going to really dig into Wondermark. I'm going to really see what's the things, what can I kind of squeeze from this, thing that I understand so well, and like see what drips out of it. These comics, a lot of them that are referenced in these pins, they're older stuff from Wondermark, and yet I have some faith that, like, there people still recognize them. It's like there's still a lot that I'm proud of that I have made, and that I think is worth preserving and like reminding people of and revisiting. And like, that's a body of work that is building upon itself in a way that I think, we need to have that grow over time for our own, hopefully our business, this is the success of our business, but also just so that we can look back and have a thing that we're proud of that we've done, and that we can continue to share over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, and you've got to like you have to focus on the stuff that you love doing. I mean, like there's definitely I'm never going to underplay the concerns of like, is it marketable? Can you make some living off of this if this is the thing that you want to do full time, which it does not have to be for it to be
No, not at
fine.
all.
But at the end of the day, like there's no point in doing the uphill battle that is trying to be an independent artist at a type of art you don't even like.
Right. That's
It is
extremely
it is
difficult.
so not worth it. So yeah, being able to like stay in the lane of something you love is important. David, I know that you may have to go in the next couple of minutes, so I just want to do a time check in with you.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because I actually just got a email that says that they want to move my meeting. So I have a few more minutes to chill, but I probably have to hop before long. I also don't want to impede on your plans to kind of do other things as well. But um, I'm gonna just respond to this message real quick, and then in the meantime,
Yeah,
I'll let you steer the
yeah.
ship.
While you do that, I will just talk a little bit about my sort of mirror of that experience of yeah, like especially with when algorithms change or your focus changes or like the response to the type of work you're doing changes, there is that moment of like, am I doing something wrong? And it takes so few data points to make a brain panic, you know? Like our there's the human brain was it evolved in a context that does not exist anymore. The context it evolved in was one where there are abundant threats in the world, there are very limited resources, and we need to be scared all the time and overreact to everything because we might be overreacting to an apex predator. Those are healthy adaptations in that context. In a world like ours, where like there are threats, but they're not as dangerous as apex predators wandering everywhere, and most people have food and shelter to a degree that that at the very least they're not like constantly fighting for their lives. Our brains are very weighted towards the negative and towards extrapolating disaster from very small data points because they're attuned to a very different world. Um, and it is like as an artist you will start to worry about like, am I going to die when your posts stop doing well, because the thing that is your like reliable source of worth and value and sense of progress that floods the dopamine receptors that are normally meant to motivate you to go like hunt an antelope and run it down, when those supplies dry up, the anxiety centers in your brain that activate are very, very strong. And again, that's your core self concepts can come under attack from the inside when that happens. Like I feel that I felt that during the preparations for this project. I felt that recently. Like it's hard. It is really hard. And the thing that I've been like, it is kind of like in like meditation, like returning to the breath. The thing that for me that I try to do for that recentering is just remind myself like enjoy the work, get as much as you can out of the process of working on it. And inevitably, you will get distracted and you will fall in love with the results and you will fall in love with the like, well, am I going to get responses or reactions to this? But whenever I can remember, I return to the breath of like, am I actually enjoying drawing right now? Am I enjoying doodling these ideas? And I feel like the advice that like I give like any young creative that I meet almost every time I get the soapbox to do so is like spend as much time as you can being in love with the process and actively find ways to focus yourself on that and orient yourself as much as you can because there's no guarantees of external rewards for any creative work you do, right? You hope that there will be, but there's no guarantee of it. And if it does happen, it's going to be pretty far down the road. So departing on this journey of art with the goal being those outcomes is like leaving on a road trip with no gas in the tank of your car. If your fuel is in a road stop that is like 200 miles down the road, you're not going to get 200 miles unless you have a different fuel source. So your fuel source has to be the process. If you don't like what you're doing, if you can't find enough reasons to be in love with what you're doing, you're not going to get to the point where you get the social media following or you get the successful crowdfunding project. Like the precursor to even get there, you need to be in love with the work. So even if you're purely like a mercenary person who like who's just in this for um, the eventual rewards, you may not get there unless you fall in love with the process and fall in love with the art. So like one of the soapboxes I always return to is like get as much value and worth as you can out of the process.
Now let me give you this for instance. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this because I mean I agree with everything you said. Um, I'm gonna paint a picture here for you. So my comic Wondermark, if you're not familiar, or even if you are but have never realized this, is made using vintage art. It's a collage, and I draw little pieces of it here and there. And but in general, the foundational premise of Wondermark is that it is made using art from old books, Victorian era, Edwardian era, magazines, catalogs, all kinds of stuff. And there's a certain consistency to the age of editorial illustration before the advent of photography that is the sort of like overarching aesthetic of Wondermark. And what I actually recently realized is that Wondermark has been running for longer than that style was in effect. Slightly. I mean, I think that the pinnacle of that style was from about 1875 to 1895, and that's 20 years. And before then, it was sort of like a little bit coarser. The technology was not as refined. It's like the woodcuts got a little bit like. Anyway, you can argue that I think many ways, but I kind of enjoy thinking about that as like the exploration of the thing is longer than the thing. It's like how MASH ran for longer than the Korean War. And so anyway, part of the process of making Wondermark is sourcing the images. And originally, there was like published volumes of clip art, like from Vintage Images. The same stuff. You don't have Trader Joe's in Canada, but the Trader Joe's, if you're familiar with it, they have like the same kinds of characters on their like shopping bags and so on. And those come from these like published collections of people that have done what I've done, which is research old books and then like recapture the images. And so that's like those are some images that you kind of start to see everywhere once you start to recognize them. So then I thought, well, I want mine to be more unique. I'm going to see where these images came from. I'm going to start to collect those books. So I started going on eBay and buying old magazines and books. And, eventually I filled a bookshelf full of Harper's and Punch and, all these sorts of magazines and periodicals. They release normally these annual bound collections that I fill my bookshelf with, and I would scan them, clean them up. And then those became sort of the Lego pieces that I would use to build a comic out of. And then as technology improved and sort of culture marched on, a lot of those resources began to show up online. Libraries, museums, and so on would publish 20 years worth of a magazine, as scans. And
can I actually very briefly
yeah,
interject? This is very random.
Mhm.
around the time that I discovered Machine of Death and through it your work, one of my side gigs was working scanning among the magazine's Punch
Oh, really?
in the library archives for a researcher who was preparing a database and like angling the pages right and doing the OCR scans on Punch from
That,
around that time. And it was,
that's amazing.
I would say, give or take 6 months of when I founded a Machine of Death. So sorry,
That's
I
really
had to
cool.
interject. That's
Yeah.
very random.
Well, and so I mean, in a way, I kind of like. I mean, I love that because I love shining some transparency on that process because I think it gives people a greater appreciation for the work when they see that it's like, it's almost like watching a DJ and then you see what samples went into the song. It's like, oh, I thought that song was just made. Oh no, it's actually 25 different things put together. So that's the part of that's one of the creative exercises that I really enjoy is that process of the actual like what this can match with this can match with this. It's like playing with blocks or something. But anyway, so what I'm getting to is over time more and more of those resources have shown up online, and the recent thing that I've discovered is the Internet Archive. And we all know about and love the Internet Archive, I hope. But what I did not know is that there are several institutions that have published on the Internet Archive enormous troves of downloadable 300 DPI scans of the books from this same vintage. And I recently fell in love with this one particular French illustrator whose work I found, and I thought, what else has his work been in? Because I would love to find more of it. That led me down a rabbit hole on the Internet Archive. A month later, I've downloaded 46 gigabytes worth of material, 28,000 individual pages of over 200 different volumes, and I mean, you talk about enjoying the process. That's fun. Like to me, that's like there's nothing more fun than just like immersing my what's going to be on the it's almost like a dopamine thing of like what's this next book going to be? Is there another does this show up on another page? Like, oh, that's a really cool image. Oh, that's so weird. And the problem is that is all for me. I mean, ultimately it is in the service of Wondermark, right? But like I don't need more images. Like before I downloaded 28,000 pages, I already had 28,000 pages from the last time. So it's like I don't need more source images. It's just at this point it's also my hobby. And so I could really easily just spend all my time doing that and enjoy that thoroughly. However, unfortunately, there's another step, which is that I've asserted is important, which is not, I mean, it's my own choice, but I also want to make comics. I also want to do the thing that like bridges the gap between that like discovery and the sharing when like, all the other things associated with that, the business and the merchandise and everything are important. And like, but the comic is the thing that I've asserted is an important thing I want to do. So to bring this back to what you were saying before, I think I would love to, I do enjoy the process and sometimes too much because I just want to do that part. That part's the fun part.
Yep.
So I don't know. I mean, the answer is like you got to kind of moderate, a little bit here. But I think uh, I keep finding myself thinking like, well, is there another thing? Like, is there another bridge I can cross here? Of like, maybe there's another, social media feed that's just like there's a bunch of weird stuff from these books. And honestly, I follow 3 or 4 accounts like that, and I find them kind of interesting. So I don't know that like that's really externally that compelling, but to me it's like there's something very much about like, oh, I just want to share all the weird stuff I found, or I just want to share like this weird you know individual image or whatever like that before it even gets into a comic or gets transformed by the process of making it into a comic. Just the material itself is really interesting and compelling to me, and to others unclear, probably to some degree. But anyway, that's a fun thing that I have had to really modulate my reaction to, because otherwise I'll just do that all day long.
I have a very similar thing with video editing. So I will edit sort of these 60-second, almost like mini micro movies out of my short stories. So I'll take the postcard short story, which already is a kind of collage, where like I'm looking for a source image to pair the text with that like communicates something, either an emotion or a detail of the story that I won't need to put in the text because I do actually want the visual medium to do some of the lifting with the writing. But I'll adapt those as these like mini like vertical video format sort of TikTok-y things. And going into big libraries of B-roll and figuring out how to assemble
Mm.
what feels like a compelling, structured narrative
Yeah,
that's
that's the same kind
unrelated
of
to the things I've
impulse.
written.
Yeah.
I love it. It is it's almost a kind of self therapy for me. Like especially like with ADHD, I spend so much time with scattered thoughts and like trying to bring them together into a cohesive unit that the process of getting to go into a diverse archive of video from a bunch of different sources and find a way to combine them in like a satisfying structured narrative that now makes sense to me is one of the best feelings in the world, and I could do it for hours. And I will spend too much time doing the sourcing. Like I love sourcing. Same thing, Story Engine. Like I have access to a bunch of different photo licensing databases, and I love going through. And in fact, I got myself in a little bit of trouble with the Pulp Tales and Penny Dreadfuls booster. It was only going to be 20 cards. But I went and found some internet archive databases of pulp magazine covers and pulp magazine art and interiors and started digging through and sourcing a bunch of different potential images. And I spent a disproportionate amount of time to the sourcing for what would be, a very specific slim expansion. But yeah, I love it. For me, like just the creative tip that I have like a journaling practice that I do if I'm having a very good week, I do it every day. If I'm having a very bad week, I do it twice, and if I'm having an average week, it's like 3 to 4 times. But I write down. Where's my little list here? So 5 gratitudes, and then the like 1 to 3 most important things I can get done today. Like if today is going to be a day where like the most important things that I had to get done, I actually do write those down, and I try to make those things I do in the first half of the day. I also write down any lingering fears or resentments.
Hmm.
So just a chance to acknowledge what's happening, like in the mind and the body, the things I'm holding on to, things that I'm trying to watch out for and avoid, and things that I'm trying to strive for. It's just like reminding myself, like, oh yeah, I have been trying to like do more movement breaks this week or whatever, just so that like it keeps me a little bit more focused on and accountable to those things. But it's very rare that downloading 28,000 magazine images will be the most important thing I can do that day. But I'll do it, especially with the
Right.
excess energy I have at the end of the day, because I
Right.
want to. But if I like make myself, and the other thing I'll do is like the stuff that I have to do today, I will try to remind myself why it's important or why I might actually want to do it. And there's some like very interesting and persuasive science on the science of self-persuasion. How like actually talking to someone about to describe why you want to do a task you don't want to do will actually change your own relationship to that
Yeah,
task.
it's almost like a CBD kind of thing of like of having to like externalize your reaction to the thoughts themselves
Yeah,
and put them in a different context.
exactly. Yeah. And so I will remind myself why I actually do want to get my taxes ready. And then I won't feel panicked about taxes, and I'll feel a little bit more in control of my finances in my life, and that's a good feeling, and I do want that. So yeah,
Hmm.
you know what? Maybe it doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world to do an hour of taxes this morning. And I'll front load the day with those things, and then I'll backload the day with whatever I feel like, because I'm going to end up doing whatever I feel like after 2 p.m. anyway. And then that's when I can download a ton of magazine databases or edit as many TikToks as I want to. That has been helpful. I don't always actually do it that way. Sometimes that's like, oh, that was an intention for the day that did not happen at all, and I try to be as realistic about that as I can. But like on the good days, it helps a lot. I know for me, like
So,
the oh, sorry,
oh,
you had
oh no, yeah, I didn't want to cut you off, but whenever you get to the next thought, I have a follow up.
the quick one was just BackerKit. Like the reason I decided to do Pintopia was because I wanted the executive function to draw. I knew that I wasn't going to. It was below most important thing I need to do today, but above the level of energy for like end of day work, where like I can kind of do whatever creative thing feels like a nice soft sandbox to be in. So by like committing, like yes, I will launch a certain amount of new pin designs by a certain date. I knew that it would make drawing at some point the most important thing I could do that day. And those little accountability mechanisms can be really helpful sometimes. So I'm really grateful that BackerKit did Pintopia because I dusted off my drawing tablet and I've been doing art. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean that was the same reason I did this, where it's like it was like, will I sit down and make a crowdfunding project right now? No. But if it's a thing that has a schedule and it has a deadline, it's like, I guess if I commit to it now, I'm going to obligate myself to do it. And I think the result is that things get accomplished, and maybe I know that there are some people who like maybe committed and didn't follow through with it. And that's, I'm sure everybody's got their own experience with it. But for me, it was by virtue of putting it on that list not just committing to it externally, but also like deciding internally, like I do want to do this. I do actually want to get it done. Then it just bubbles itself up on the priority list as the deadline approaches, and like now it is the thing I have to do over something else, and that wouldn't have happened without that structure of it.
Yeah.
The thing I wanted to ask about, you mentioned these little TikToks and stuff that you're doing. One of the things that I've learned about working in the tabletop games business for the past couple of years, especially, is that I think probably the strongest marketing tool for I work in mass market party games, which is a little bit of a different audience than role playing games, but um, I think that there's been a big rise in this with like actual plays as well. But a marketing tool for games is clips on TikTok or Instagram of people having a great time playing games, and whether that's taken from a stream or whether that's something that's like staged or recorded specifically, a session from people doing this for the sake of the content itself. Um, have you seen? Have you done video marketing for either for Story Engine or for other projects in a way that you have seen be successful?
Yeah. And I've had two very different experiences doing that, both like I would say successful in different ways. So most of the short form video content that I do is for the shortest story, where it's adapting those micro stories and turning them into little like 15 to 60-second films. And if you go to TikTok / at the shortest story, you can see those. You can see what I've got there. Um, One thing that's really interesting about TikTok, and that I would say is a little bit different from like the other formats that are trying to just do what TikTok does, which like Facebook Reels and Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts. Um, they are hyper like TikTok is like people will get to know you for one thing that you do, and if you try to
Mhm.
change the thing that you're doing or telling them about, they will bounce off of it super hard. So for TikTok, because I did the premise was like I'm just going to give you a fully finished narrative and it's going to entertain you for 15 to 60 seconds, and it might be different genres, but it's always going to be this kind of thing. I found it very hard to give people anything other than that on that TikTok. So I have like 150,000 followers, but if I put up anything that is not that, it probably won't succeed. TikTok is also, I think, more than any other platform, really good at preventing anyone from leaving TikTok. So like the moment a video, it starts to correlate that that video is getting people to leave the app and lower the amount of time people spend in the app, which is the only thing the app cares about, it starts to throttle that video. So if you have something that becomes good at marketing, on TikTok, it becomes very hard to actually flow those people through to a website or another place.
Mhm.
I know they're starting to do some stuff where you can check out in the app, which I think will probably be the thing where we start to.
Yeah, I mean, there's a function that they added last summer called TikTok Shop, which is it's a Shopify integration where you can actually buy within TikTok, and that seems to be really popular for people doing live streams where they're demonstrating a product. So it's like, here's the makeup of that brand that I'm unboxing, and you can buy it with a click on my profile. But I think the only people who would click that, even in the world where people understand the feature and how to use it and they have signed up and everything, is somebody who's watching the thing itself be demonstrated in the video. So some of the stuff that I've been involved in adjacently is like people who are doing things that are very interesting pieces of content that are related or kind of associated with a product, but the product itself is not selling because the connection is not clear enough. And so I think you really need to be like, hey, this mug is great. I love this mug. Buy the mug, and like that's the funnel on TikTok into shopping. So it works really well for things like beauty products and things like. Apparently, they've had a really huge thing with like live streams of people like unboxing Pokemon cards and stuff like that. Because then it's like, oh, what cards are going to be, and then you can buy the cards from the stream, like that kind of stuff, where it's like a really really huge, clear correlation of something somebody wants to see and then that happens to be a product you can buy. Like that's like the like the 1-2 punch. um but I know what you mean about like getting pigeonholed by the app. The thing about TikTok, my understanding anyway, is that it's Instagram is getting better at this, but TikTok seems to be really like the king of surfacing your material to people who might like it if it reaches a certain threshold of popularity.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the thing that everyone has been obsessed over TikTok for, from the marketing side, has been discoverability.
Hmm.
The number of eyeballs to the number of people making content for those eyeballs is just different than it is on any other app. So if you make something that is like just legitimately interesting, it will find the people who want to see it and it will show it to them. And like that is one of the reasons that I still like TikTok for all of its very many flaws. It is still kind of a weird Wild West meritocracy. like like when Twitter used to be weird in a good way, and like just weird things could suddenly go viral, or like there were these weird subgroups. TikTok has that thing going on of like um, it is in the process of being monetized very actively, but um, people haven't still really figured out how to turn it into as commercial a platform as like what our experiences now are like on the Meta family stuff, or Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, now X.com. So like TikTok, I mean, there's ads and everything, but like for the most part, you still are kind of having a much more direct one-to-one relationship with actual people in a way that no other platform has really been able to bottle that in the same way, and where it isn't all just people trying to sell you stuff. And like I say this as someone who on his social media feeds is trying to sell people stuff.
Yeah, I
I like
mean,
that TikTok is still like it's hard for companies to compete with just people who are interesting.
well, and like coming to at this from the marketing standpoint, which is something that I'm in a lot of meetings about for my job. The idea that like, hey, if you have a brand that's polished, you are inauthentic on TikTok. It's like there's an entire ecosystem of hiring people to act casual with your product, and there are websites where you can, pay $400 to get a package of 20 TikToks from random people holding your product. And the thing that is like the part that tipped that over into absurdity for me, and maybe you want this for the shortest story, I don't know, is the stock footage you can license of people saying like, this was a game changer for me. And then the next clip is them saying like, this really blew my mind. And then the next clip is the same person's being like, I thought I had it figured out, but now a new product has come along that I love even more. And it's just the same person, just, the 20,000 pages of people all saying generic phrases that you can put into your ads to make it seem authentic, because that authenticity is so prized, ostensibly anyway. And so
That is
there
so
are
deeply
brands like, the term is UGC, user generated content. Yeah, they're like casualifying their content strategy in order to seem approachable and authentic.
Can I ask you, because you're even more than me, someone who like just like I like to the things that I make to be designed to a certain degree, that have been like noted for like liking to have polished looking projects. I'm a very sloppy cartoonist, so like there you can see the holes in certain parts of my work, but like everything you do is so crisply and beautifully done, and it is for me very counter. Like I've succeeded on TikTok, but I've done it with content that looks polished because it's the only way that I know how to make it. Have you figured out how to do that, like kind of more off the cuff, more casual thing? Because I can't. I've
No.
succeeded on my own terms in that space, but doing it kind of against the grain.
So TikTok is a curious case for me because I personally am not on TikTok. I have to know about TikTok for my job, and there was a window when I was given some like responsibility for like trying to create content for Instagram and TikTok. I don't think I was very good at it because, like you said, my instinct is to make things a little bit more polished, and for whatever reason, I don't like what I was making was just like not popping off. My background before I even got into comics is in video editing. I worked in trailers, at a film school, and so like I have a certain like refined sensibility to my editing skill, and not that I'm like super like practiced with it now, but the people who are on TikTok right now and they're using the app tools and they're using these websites like CapCut that are just doing content creation in quotes. That's a different class of thing than sitting in Premiere and like editing traditionally. And like I don't have the nose for it. Like I don't have the sensibility. This is another like I'm so old. And it's the reason I don't is because I don't like being on TikTok. And so I haven't been able to internalize those cadences in the same way that somebody who really like has spent a lot of time on it. Like I had spent a lot of time on Twitter, and I felt like I could understand how Twitter works. Instagram and TikTok, both they work differently, but for different reasons. I just don't spend a lot of time on the apps. And Instagram, it's because I can't stand the ads, and TikTok, it's because it's too compelling. I will lose too much time. It tickles me on the brainstem in a way that is too powerful, and I am afraid to yield to it. And so the times when I have spent on TikTok, it's like you said, it pegged what I was interested in immediately. It took like 2 or 3 like things of me saying yes, no, and it's like, okay, no dance videos, got it. How about stand-up comics? It's like, God, yeah, okay.
All right.
And And then it was just too much. It was just like, okay, well, there's no reason I should ever leave this app now if I like suck myself into it. And so I had to just divest myself from it because it's just too powerful. And so I think what works is a middle ground approach that seems counterintuitive, which is that it has to look, not has to, but I think the stuff that does well is stuff that has some of those rough edges, but is at its core actually well done and like timed out well and legible and like audible and, you know, clear. And the reason I say that is because you can find lots of clips that are garbage of just like low lighting, somebody with their phone, like, you know, 20 feet away. And that clip is never going to do anything. You know, the content is indecipherable, and so I think it can't be just garbage. It cannot be, you know, the absolute worst thing, because that is not something that is actually, you know, compelling. It has to feel like it's casual, but it has to actually be somewhat refined. And so that's really the only observation I could draw from it. I do think that there are people like this. This goes back to the question that we talked about earlier, or that I, you know, spent too much time, you know, yakking about, which is making something for yourself that you find interesting versus trying to second guess what you think somebody else will find interesting. And that's what all of social media marketing is doing, is the latter. And I think that, or at least that's the approach I would take to it, because I am not good at it. And so I just declare that it's, you know, the things people like are not the things I can provide. I would love to get to a point where I understand it better, because again, I feel like I'm a smart, talented person. I feel like I should be able to parse this. I have not been put in a position where I have had to solve that problem. And so I have just bounced off onto other problems that I prefer to solve. But, you know, should the time come when I have a new game coming out or something, I think the smart thing to do would be to really focus time and resources into a social media marketing strategy that has to do with showing how fun the game is to play in a really thoughtfully considered campaign of content. And because that's the best way to sell a game. Now, would it be successful? Would it be popular? Completely unknown, of course. But I think you can sort of increase the surface area of luck by making very considered choices. So I think about this a little too much, honestly, and to the point that it starts to become intimidating, which is why I wanted to revisit what you had said a minute ago. You said that you had success in two different ways. So you've talked about the story engine, or you talked about the shortest story, but what's the second thing?
Yeah, so what I'll say is the story engine, I started making some video content that is pretty much exactly what you said, showing how the deck can be fun. It's more of a solo activity than like a social game. You can use it as a social game, but more of a solo activity. So we knew we wouldn't be able to do like people using it in a setting, but I just did some prompts to show people like, hey, I'm going to make an NPC. Let's just do it. And it was really easy to show how fast the rhythms of like creation get when you're versed with the deck. And basically, it's just let me see if I can actually do like just show a video. So like we're getting deep into like sort of the marketing talk here, and I don't want to go too deep in, but like these would get like 1,000 to 2,000 views on YouTube Shorts, and I think the biggest one got 15,000 views on TikTok, which for like just came by it honestly content that I was making, I think is you know, that's pretty decent. But let me just take a second here to pull up an example of a video. Give me 1 second here. All right. So these are some of the shorts that I was doing for the Story Engine channel. And I think it'll play sound. Well, let's pick one here. Yeah, looks like it was one of the first ones that I did.
Hey, let's do some 1 minute world building. Let's create a new species using the Lore Masters deck and go. Our creature is going to be definitely a scorpion. This scorpion is highly intelligent. Scorpion has a background where they caused the death of a notable figure. That figure was a monarch. Ooh, the king killer scorpion. This scorpion, it's highly intelligent and it has a hive mind, and the more of them you get together, the smarter they get. They're the symbol of a faction. Which faction? Definitely the cartel. You tell me in the comments how you would read this prompt, but I think there's a king killer scorpion that caused the death of a monarch. They're highly intelligent and they're hive-minded, and the more of them you get together, it's like a more powerful computer with more processors. There is a cartel that has adopted them as their symbol, and this cartel is maybe a group of gangs who have come together to become more powerful. It's even possible that they are the ones who unleashed the scorpion to kill the monarch as an assassination attempt. Hey, let's do some 1-minute world building. Let's create a new species.
So
That gave me chills, Peter.
It's good. It's good content, but it takes
Yeah.
they take a while to produce.
For
right?
sure.
Like,
Yeah. Now, so you played that on YouTube Shorts. Was that also on TikTok?
Yeah, so let me quickly check the TikTok versions of those. But the TikTok, I was running them on the Shortest Stories channel. So it's like people who had just come here to receive entertainment were all of a sudden being asked to like care about writing stories instead of just experiencing them.
Got it. Yeah. So that's where you're talking about like branching out of the thing that people expected.
Yeah. So what I'm excited to do, and kind of one of my projects for the year, is to launch a TikTok just for the story engine, where it's just videos like that mixed in with some like advice for writers and dungeon masters. I'm excited to see how that performs on its own.
Yeah. I mean, just like the level of care and polish that you put into that, I think is correct and appropriate. And I think also it's really clear that like that transition when you go to the stock footage, it's like, oh, that's cool. This guy's actually putting some effort into this. I respond to that personally, and so
we're both design guys.
I know that's the problem, right? I mean, I have to believe, and I do know examples of this where like stuff that is well done is still of interest to many people, and I think back to this idea of like speaking to the audience that you want to be a part of. It's like the consolation or the solace that I take from it is like, I want people to respond to my work on its merits, not because I've dumbed it down for them. And then therefore that's not an audience that I actually can trust is going to like, be the sustaining part of my, community or whatever, because but that being said, do I want to turn away somebody who likes my thing for any reason? No, of course not. There's a lot more people who don't, I think one of the things that I've learned working in the industry of mass market party games is that there's a lot more normies than nerds, I guess I should say. And when you're talking about things from a business perspective, it's like, you can go shallow and broad, you can go deep but narrow. And I think, those are both strategies that different institutions and organizations and creators take at different times. I think that having to transition from one to the other in the course of my professional career because I was just working on different things that require that, it was extremely difficult. And I think that there are people who specialize in one and specialize in the other. And I think sort of understanding your audience is an important part of understanding, the audience that has responded to you, and being able to like articulate it in some way is a difficult thing, but I think can help clarify for your own self, like, what choices can I make to like make what I'm doing feel authentic to myself? One of the things that happened, I don't know, 10 years into doing Wondermark, was I read a review back in the days of blogs. Somebody was like, "Hey, here's what Wondermark's about."
Oh, sorry, blog. Just so that for my own blogs are as old as the moon, correct?
Yeah, it's a big log. Technically, is what the moon is made of swamp moss. And so technically it's not long, but we only see it from the end. I think it's deep.
Like
I think it's deep. Yeah. We're looking at the end of the pipe and it's clogged. So if we ever visit the moon, maybe we can get that clog out of here. Who knows what'll come out. But maybe our grandchildren will know about that. So somebody was writing on a big log and they said, this is what Wondermark is about. If you don't know about Wondermark, it's like this conceptually, like the art and everything. And then thematically, it's about this. And I was like, oh, I guess it is. And to me, I'm inside of that. So to me, it's about everything. Because all I see is what I see. But to somebody else, it's about what David Malki sees, which is bounded. And so being able to see that like definitionally, it was like, oh, okay. So this is the perspective I don't have internally, and to see it described by another person is able to like articulate what I'm even doing here. And sometimes, like I find it really fascinating that was something that was evident to an external observer, but it was impossible for me to see because it fills my vision. The water for the fish, that kind of thing. So I think those moments are really instructive. Because if nothing else, at least in that moment, I was able to be like, oh, this thing that I think is interesting is coming through. They're perceiving the themes that I kind of subconsciously was just following threads that I found were interesting thematically. And that was clear to somebody else. So like, oh, David is interested in this.
Yeah, for me, one of the reasons, like we talked about this already, but like I love doing conventions, is hearing myself explain what I do to someone else live and then seeing the response to it, or like doing demos of a game too, are like ways to get to experience it for the first time again, and to get that little bit of a moment of being knocked out of your own body, so you can see it from someone else's. And it is hard to get to like achieve those moments of perspective, especially when you're very much someone who can like hyperfixate and get into the weeds with it. So yeah, I definitely think it does make sense, and I try to sort of do a stock taking of like, what is this thing about every couple of years to make sure that I still understand it, that there's still some authenticity to where it started, or the parts of it that started that feel relevant and important, and also an acknowledgement of maybe the ways that it's changed.
Oh yeah, happen, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, things morph and things evolve, and like, I find myself, with. It doesn't even take very long to start to get like a hindsight of like, what was I doing back then? This stuff is maybe not as, whether or not you feel it's as strong, in terms of its refinement or its craft, you can start to feel like this comes from a point of view that I don't have anymore. And like, that can be a good thing or a bad thing, right? I think we evolve in hopefully positive directions where we can say like, I no longer stand behind this point of view just as I think this is especially true in doing gag comics, right? Where it's like, you can't really ascribe a point of view to a character as easily as you can in a story comic, because really the character that the reader perceives is the author. And, there's obviously generally characters that have idiosyncrasies in the work. And so it's like, oh, this character is being mean. I don't think the author is mean, but generally there's a conclusion to whatever's happening that ends with a point being made. Whoever had the last word is the one the author thinks is right. And so I try to be very cognizant of that, where it's like, I think it's fine to articulate ideas that you think are amusing without endorsing them. But over time, it's like some of those things you just don't want to be associated with. And just in terms of like, the associations that certain things take on as culture moves. And so I found myself thinking about like the people who would discover my work for the first time tomorrow, and reading the archive, there's a context in the archive of like, this was published in 2007. I hope they give me a little grace for that. But, I don't think it's wrong to just be a little bit proactive about like, let me trim this topiary a little bit. Let me cultivate this a little bit, for the people that haven't seen it yet. Okay, I gotta wrap up here. I've really enjoyed talking with you, Peter, and I am gonna take a little check on the old campaign.
Oh yeah.
I am at 47 backers, which is killer for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And 68% of my backers have also backed yours. You are at 60 backers, which is also pretty great. So I think we're off to a roaring start, personally. So I really enjoyed the conversation regardless. And I hope that we can check in again before the campaign is over to see how things are going.
I think that would be really delightful. So thank you so much for coming on. This made this so much more fun for me. I love having interesting conversations with people who are curious about the world and the way that it works. And I always leave feeling excited and full of new thoughts. So thank you. And
absolutely.
Those who are hanging out or watching this on replay, you can find David Malki's Wondermark pins, wondermark.com/pins. If you pledge both of our projects, you're going to get a bonus pin from each of us. You can get bonus early bird stuff. There's all you can. It's going to be raining pins for you.
There's so many pins. Honestly, too many pins.
Too many pins.
Who can make that decision but yourself and your heart?
We made a grave error. We're now committed.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no going back now. This train's brakes have failed and we are careening down the slope. All right. Well, best of luck on the rest of the campaign and the rest of the stream. Thank you, those of you who tuned in. I really appreciate seeing the comments, and I love to I don't know. I love to talk.
Yeah.
So I will see y'all later.
All right. Cheers. Alrighty, so I am going to, in a minute, open up Photoshop and just do a little bit of drawing some comics and doing some live art. It's not something I've actually ever done before, is live stream my art, so there's going to be a little bit of tech and there's going to be a little bit of anxiety on my part because I'm not the strongest artist and having people see me fail at it live is a little bit intimidating. But you know, this is how we grow. But before I do that, I was just going to quickly do one more look, yeah, and actually check in on the progress of the project and of Pintopia as a whole. So let's take a look here. We'll do a little refresh. Yeah, there we go. 61 backers. We've hit our funding goal and unlocked 2 of the stretch goals already. I'll have to go update those graphics when the live stream is over. And that's really wonderful. So thank you to everyone who's backed. And Pintopia, it looks like 41 of the 122 projects so far has successfully funded, and it's over $100,000 towards independent artists creating their own pins. 3,000 people have backed projects. That's really wonderful. This is why I think BackerKit does some really cool community-driven stuff. I think it's one of the things that makes them really different from other crowdfunding platforms. They really do care about the community and like getting to do these sort of cool moments and movements together. So amazing. Love it. Definitely go check out all of these projects. You can click on the Pintopia banner on any of the projects participating in Pintopia to see all the rest of them. Pretty rad. Alrighty, so give me one sec here while I try and set up the tech. I also may adjust my camera a little bit so that I'm not always like just showing the top of my head to you as I look down. It makes for a little bit better of a view for you guys. Okay, let's see if this is going to do it. Turn this down just a little bit, and then we're going to stop sharing this. Instead, we're going to share my Photoshop window. And then the last thing I need to make work is the drawing tablet. Normally I draw on my laptop, but it's not quite powerful enough to both stream and illustrate. So I just need to see if I can get the tablet to work. I think we've got it. All right, so I draw my comics in Photoshop, which is not a great software to make comics in, but if you're like me and you've been doing something a certain way for a very long time, it becomes very hard to change your ways. So I'm still kind of looped in on it. I've been told by people that I absolutely need to switch over to Clip Studio. I've heard so many amazing reviews for Clip Studio, but I hate learning new things. At some point, I'm gonna try and get in on it. But for now, this is what I'm doing. And I'm just gonna do a little bit of ink and some comics. We're gonna hang out. I'll keep an eye on the chat. So if any questions come in, I'm happy to answer questions about either the project, my creative work, cartooning, writing jokes, playing D&D, any of those things. Feel free to pop those in the chat. But otherwise, we're just gonna hang out. I'm gonna do a little bit of doodling. Let me see if I've got my settings right. I do. Great. Okay, so we are going to do, actually I'll show you the comic zoomed out first. So this is a little comic about when you have bad dice luck. A little guy saying he feels like his dice are trying to kill him. Nah, you're overreacting. I wouldn't worry about it. I don't know, I can't shake the feeling. And in the last panel is a little D20 with a sniper rifle who's been watching him. I'm gonna add a little sniper bullet on the guy's head here, or not sniper bullet, little sniper sight, red light there. It's a little setup for that joke. And I'm just going to go ahead and ink this comic with you guys. We're just going to hang out. All right, so when I'm doing it, I like to zoom in big so that it gives me a bit more room to work with. And something you'll see about me, and I've watched a couple other artists draw, and I know I'm not the only one, is I'll do a few takes to get a nice round head with a solid closed loop until I get a shape that I like. That's good enough. So that'll go there. The other thing that I'm not looking forward to about live streaming my art is I'm often drawing on the wrong layer, and you will be watching live in the little bottom right there. You can see which layer I'm on. You'll get to watch me draw on the wrong layer live a bunch of times, so that's going to be fun for the whole family. But for now, I'm doing this in, this is actually a new setup for me. Normally when I'm drawing comics, I have done illustrations on just like one big canvas. And today I'm trying artboards because I like being able to really quickly export all the separate images in the comic and upload them as individual panels to different sites. So we're going to see how this goes. This is brand new for me. I think it could be fun. Yeah, I love drawing dice, by the way. They look a little wonky if you get the dimensions wrong. You can definitely tell, like it's one of those shapes where the geometry matters like a whole lot, but it's really satisfying when you get it right, and it can be, you know, more or less forgiving when you get it wrong. And there's just lots of little lines to pay attention to, which can be satisfying. Throw it all down together. And I'm gonna erase the backing area here. Get that die looking nice and crispy. All right. I'm gonna merge those so that I don't have too many layers going. Now we'll fill in some details of our people here. I tend to, and this has kind of been an artifact of having computers that are not the best at running Photoshop on giant files, is I'll often start a new layer to draw the new stuff on, and then when I feel like I've got it nice, I will merge it into the layers below, but it also gives me a chance to be able to like edit individual elements without interfering with the rest of them. So like, let's imagine I drew this line too long here, I could still go and erase that without affecting the line underneath. It's just one of the things I built into my workflow. I've never really watched extensively other people do art streams. I've watched a couple, but I'm curious to know how many bad habits I have if I were to watch someone who kind of knows what they're doing a little bit more. Like what their setup looks like. I also don't name my layers unless I'm going to be doing a lot of editing work in them, or I'm setting up an asset that's going to be used multiple times. There we go. Some little highlights. Nice. I think that's looking good. Come back and do the colors and the shadows in a little bit. We'll move to the next panel here. New layer, and we're going to draw this guy in. Oops, I'm drawing in white. Let's try it again. That's a terrible circle. I can actually zoom in a little more. There we go. That's the good stuff. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I was trying to get a good pshaw face going here. Nice. Give him a little eyeball. That's good. Maybe I'll put a little bit of detail in here. Give him a mouth. Do the same for the guy in panel 1. All right, on to panel 3. And yeah, I like to rough out my comics ahead of time so that I can kind of play around with the layouts, figure out like how often I'm going to bump in for detail on someone's face, how often I'm going to zoom out or like change kind of the panel setup. I think that that's like an important thing to be able to play around with, but I think it's not very interesting to watch someone do that live because there's just a lot of like fumbling and trying things. So I tried to set up my comics ahead of time for this stream. All right, we're gonna boop. I'm actually gonna go tighter than I did in my original sketch. I think I want him to look like he's got really narrowed eyes. He's really suspicious that the dice really are after him. There we go. I think that looks good. I don't think he's going to look into the mouth there, so we'll leave that one. Now we are on to drawing our little commando D20. So I'm going to give him a little headband up here. I've got to make his face work. Something I've discovered from having done a couple streams where, or not a couple streams, a couple comics where I have to draw faces on dice. It is very hard to make a face look geometric in a way that makes sense on dice. I got a question from Nathan here. Do I still sell the Wi-Fi poster? Mine did not survive my move. I think I actually remember, I think that was one of the last shows where I still carried the Wi-Fi poster. I did a design that was home is where the Wi-Fi is. And I noticed shortly after that that design popped up in a bunch of other stores as home is where the Wi-Fi connects automatically. But I'm pretty sure I was the first to the beat for the joke. And yeah, I had a little 13 by 19 poster that I'd done, but I don't think I only ever printed like maybe 50 of those, maybe 25. So yeah, I have not brought that one back. But you know, I'm definitely open to like requests for merch to bring back. So if there's any of the old designs that you want back, feel free to let me know. If enough people request it, it's something I'll definitely take under consideration. All right, we're gonna do this guy. I definitely don't need the line to be that chunky. I do have a little library where I've drawn all of the main 6 dice shapes ahead of time, so I will often drop them into comics as a placeholder so that I can like detail them out later. So I redraw every die, but I will trace my own work from earlier to make sure that the geometry looks pretty solid. Just a way to make the process of laying out the comic look pretty good, or a little bit faster. All right. I think I'm probably going to, I think these lines will look too harsh if I do them all in black, so I'm probably going to do them in like a darkened version of whatever the background color is. So I'm going to do the die face lines on a different layer here. Not quite clean enough there, maybe a couple undos. I'm going to clean up this one. It's just a little too wonky there. Likewise, I think this one's a little too wonky. That should be clean enough there. I might check this again when I zoom out if this is not quite right. Yeah, I think I would need to, I'll clean that one up later. Okay, so, actually, let's bring this up now. I think what I want to do is, I think this needs to be more like that, oriented directly to that corner, with this being the intermediary line. We'll see. I will check out my dice reference art later to see if I've got that right. But we're going to keep, I'm going to mark this layer separately so that I know those are dice lines for later. I'll keep doing the rest of the details. Okay, let's do his headband here. Don't quite love that. There we go. That looks pretty good. And then we'll clean up, make the knot look a little bit more solid by erasing into the outline a little bit. Yeah, there we go. And then I can erase some of the backing line here. Nice. Okay. Increase the brush size to do his beefy arms. I think that will do it. We'll go a little smaller and we'll do, I don't think I actually looked up what a walkie-talkie looks like nowadays for this, but it's going to want a little antenna.
The little button you push. Maybe some kind of light that shows when it's on. And the microphone dot speaker. And then we will, again, erase those backing lines. Cool. Okay, now to draw the gun. This is going to be interesting. Actually, that turned out pretty decent. Okay. I'm not naturally very knowledgeable of how guns look, so I definitely used some reference art to figure out what the scope should look like. I think that's looking mostly good. I'm going to actually clean up that end line there and do another iron sight. Okay, cool. Do the trigger. And I have no idea what this thing's called, but it looks very tactical. It's interesting, when I'm looking up reference art for like objects that I don't draw very often when I do have to draw them, it's interesting to note when there's an object that it's expected to look different in comics than it does in real life. Where like if you drew it realistically, it would be it would look wrong if you drew it realistically in a comic universe. I've always found that very interesting. All right, merge that up. Do some eye highlights here. And I guess I should probably give him a mouth because he's saying that they're on to us. Yeah. All right, I think that'll do it. So next up, I usually do, what have I done? Next up, what I usually do is do some shading. I actually really like shading. It's one of my favorite stages of illustration. Actually, I'm going to go back to panel 3 for 1 second here. I'm going to do some highlights. Something I like to do when I'm doing highlights for someone who's got like a slanted in eye like this, for like their narrowing, is I like to put that in the highlight to imply just that little bit more expressiveness. So I'll put the highlight a little bit past where the crossing bar is, and then try and erase back the portion covered by the crossing bar. And we just kind of get a little bit more expression out of it that way. Yeah, see? Now he's already got that narrowed eye look. All right, cool. So I'm going to go back to the layers for panel 1 and put these here and go to my swatches. I have not drawn on this computer in a long time, so I don't have my normally prepared swatches. So I'm going to go ahead with, I'm going to do shading. I like to do kind of a purpley thing just to give it a bit more color and texture than just like it being a gray gradient. And I'll usually put it at something like 25 or 30% opacity, so that it adds a bit of a color tone shift to whatever color ends up going underneath it. And we're going to go in here and start to do some shading. So we'll do a little shadow for the die. We'll also put the lower kind of dice faces in shadow. Cool. Oh, what have I done? We're gonna give this guy some shadow. Terrible posture this guy has. Just absolutely terrible posture. Cool. Actually, I'm going to get rid of the sketch layer now. Don't need that anymore.
And we'll do this guy's face. I pretty much always do a top left light source when I draw. Every now and then I'll make a different choice if there's a specific panel where like I want kind of an interesting highlight effect where I want the light to work a certain way. Or occasionally I'll do, especially for like emphasis panels, I'll flood shadows across the whole face and just erase back a little bit of a rim light. I think that can be a really fun effect to kind of like change the intensity of the joke or the panel that you're doing. All right, I think that looks good for the shading there. We'll go up to the next guy. Boop. Right, so new panel, I gotta reset the opacity here. Perfect. I think I've gone a little too far with that shadow. Actually, to maybe emphasize the fact that he's like turned away, I might try doing a paint bucket here. Where's my paint bucket? Oh, gotta change those settings here. And we're gonna put this on all layers. Perfect. So you'll see what I mean by doing that rim light effect here. So I'll flood the entire thing with shadows, the paint bucket tool, and then I'll erase back where I want my highlights to be. So coming over the top of his head and from the side here. If I don't like this, if it's like too intense, I might go back and just do a normal bit of shading, but I want to try this and see how it looks. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, see, this is also the kind of face that would really benefit from the full paint bucket drop, so maybe I will try that here too. If it ends up being too much shadow, I'll pick one of them and see which one I like more. So 30% opacity, boop, boop, boop. And I'll do back in. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then the dice panel. One of the benefits of the old system that I used to work in, where rather than having each panel as its own artboard, I had all the panels laid out in a single canvas, was it was very easy to like have one line art layer for all of the panels, so I didn't have to change layers every single time I changed panels. So that's one thing about this new setup that I'm already not liking, but I do think it's going to be really fun to be able to just export the full set of panels and upload them all together. Cool, so we're going to do... we're not going to shade this die like he's like a round-shaped face, because dice are very geometric and they really benefit from getting the shadows to communicate that strict geometry. Yeah, you can really see that I was kind of loosely eyeballing the geometry lines when I have to actually connect them, or connect their like implied terminuses with the shadows. Yeah, that's not too bad. Not perfect, but it'll do. And then I'm going to do a little zoom in a bit here. Try and get a nice shadow going on the headband. Actually have it dropping a shadow on the face. And then boop, boop for the walkie. Cool. Maybe a tight one. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Cool. I think that looks about right. And then maybe I'm going to save this swatch for later in case I need to retouch up anything. I don't want to have to eyedrop it off of here because the opacity affects how the color will get picked up, and that can be a real hassle. So we are going to make a new swatch. Name it shadows, and now we've got that for later if we need it. Normally I have all of this set up ahead of time, but Like I said, I don't normally draw on this computer, but it's just a little more stable for streaming. Okay, let me just see if I like these double shadows here. Don't think I do. I think I just want it for that emphasis beat. So I'm going to actually reshadow panel 2 here. I'll save the, I'll just make the other layer hidden so that if I do change my mind about this later, I can go back to the way it was. Cool. Yeah, you can see this is the color at full opacity when it's not going to blend into whatever's underneath it. I think that looks a little bit intense. Cool. Set that to 30. The other thing that I might do is actually go to panel 3 here and increase the opacity on the shadows to really make it that extra bit more intense than the previous panels. Saturate it a little more. Try 40%. Okay, let's do some coloring now. Oh, thank you, Nathan. You like to look in the eyes on panel 3. I do too. Doing the highlights in the eyes is one of those things where sometimes I rush it and then I'm not very happy with the results, but it really helps if you can take your time with it because you can get some really cool little details. Like I do like those narrowed eyes and that little flat top to them. It's very subtle, but it does add a little bit of like menace and suspicion. All right, so let's do some colors. For colors, I actually put my stylus away for a little bit. I'm gonna raise my tablet up, and I'm gonna do just some bucket drops. All right, I'll do one character in the classic red shirt that I do, and I'll probably do the other one in green. We're gonna go back to panel 1 here. I'm gonna temporarily hide the shadows because they will interrupt and interfere with the paint bucket tool. And I'll do this guy's red shirt. I expect while I've got the red as the primary color, I'm gonna go ahead and fill in the other panels as well with all of the same color. So panel 2 does not need the red because that's the other guy talking, but panel 3 does. So we're gonna fill that in with the paint bucket. And then panel 4 does not need red because the die is going to be its own color. Okay, cool. So that takes care of the red. We'll go back to panel 1. And we're going to go ahead with a green. If I was feeling a little bit more studious, what I would do is actually go open another comic and pull the green from that. But I'm going to eyeball it this time because it's boring to watch me go sample colors from other comics. So we'll do some paint bucketing. Fill that guy in, go to panel 2, fill this guy in, go to panel 3, which doesn't need it, panel 4 doesn't need it because this guy vanishes. Cool. Okay, next up we're going to do, I'll do the table. Pick kind of a brown for it. I think that's going to balance nicely against the others. Oh, I'm trying to flood the wrong panel here. Wrong layer. All right, I think that works. And then we're going to do some skin tones next. I think I'll do the red guy as kind of like a peachy skin tone. Jump to panel 3. Cool. And then I'm going to do the other guy with like a darker brown skin tone. I could change the color of the table. I actually kind of like this as a skin tone. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I do kind of like that as a brown skin tone. So I'm going to change the color of the table and use that for character number 2 here. Bonk. So what do we want to do for the table? We can kind of make it look like a bit of a metal table. Let's try a blue. It might imply metal, or it might just scan like it's a linoleum tabletop. I think I like that.
So I think that's the only time the table appears. So let's color the die next. I'm going to do this teal that I've been doing for a lot of things with the pin campaign that I'm really enjoying. I really like working with teal and turquoise. Another advantage to doing the floating lines for the 20-sided die is that it lets you do paint bucket all at once. You don't have to bucket fill each one of the little segments. Cool. And then do I want to use that same color for the last panel? Let's see. It would imply it's the same die. I might give this guy a different color. Something a little bit more turquoise. It's going to be too dark. Yeah, maybe we'll do him in like kind of a goldy yellow. Yeah, I'm liking that. Liking that a lot. And we'll do... we'll pull back that same red for the headband here. Nice. And then I'm going to just pick a gray that's not as dark as I'd normally have it be, but I want there to be some of the detail visible here when we fill in the gun and the walkie. Actually, I kind of like those as lighter colors, so I'm going to do a very light gray to fill those in. And just in case anyone's curious, I draw on a like 10-year-old Cintiq Wacom tablet. So it's very, very old. I got it used from a friend who gave it to me at a very nice price. Thank you, Jay Paulin. And I've been drawing on this for a very long time. I will occasionally, like, I've had a Surface for a little bit that I used for drawing like directly onto the screen, and I have a like touchscreen Lenovo laptop that I do a lot of work on now that I will illustrate on often. But this has been my like go back to illustration computer for such a long time. It'd be weird to use anything else. All right, so next thing I'll do is I'm probably gonna fill in the mouths. I do kind of like a purpley gray pink for kind of the roof of the mouth color. And then I do like a much lighter pink for the tongues when I do them. So we're going to zoom out again. To his mouth. And his mouth. And his mouth. And we'll go to the pinks. So we'll move it more into a reddy color. Yeah, something like that. I also, on my main drawing setup, will often save my like pinks that I use for mouths a lot, just so that I can have those on demand. But sometimes it's kind of fun to like reassess why you choose the colors you choose in comics. So like breaking up some of your like automatic choices and just trying something a little bit different can be a lot of fun and very rewarding as well. Okay. Cool. So that's almost all the colors. We're going to put the shadows back on. Oh, shoot. I didn't get this guy right. There we go. I'm going to bring the shadows back in. We're going to pick some background colors. And background colors, like I'll pick a color that's meant to be kind of the wall, but I'll often change that color for like an emphasis panel like this one to just sort of shift the mood a little bit. We'll play around with some colors to flood in there. And then the last thing we're going to do, we're going to draw the word balloons, and I'm also going to do that little detail with the sniper's sight on his forehead in panel 3, which will be like a little Easter egg for people who are paying attention. Actually, the nice thing about having the shadow flood here is it'll make the laser sight pop out more. Okay, so we're going to go to panel 3, above the laser pointer, and we're going to do, that's the red of his shirt, we're going to go even brighter. And to really highlight it, we're going to do a layer style outer glow. So this is going to give it a little bit of that like bright look. Ooh, I don't like what's happening here. This might be an effect of the
artboards. I'm finding that a little bit worrying. So do we want this to be the color of, yeah, I think that's going to be a little better. I think we're going to want to make this a little bit smaller too. Another thing that I've found that sometimes works with doing outer glows for things like when I've done like drawing lightsabers or stuff like that has been to do the inside dot in white and the outside in whatever the color that you want the glow to be. So I might actually try redoing this dot in white. Definitely going to shrink it, that's for sure. I think it's a little too big right now. I think I'm also going to make it a little oblong to imply that it's not perfect circle, because it'll be, you know, it's kind of projected on its head. And then we're going to try just flooding this white and seeing what happens. Yeah, in this case it doesn't really work. So I'm going to leave it red, but what I might do is just make it a slightly brighter red in contrast to what's around it. Try that. Yeah, too much like skin tone. All right, we'll keep the bright red dot. So that's going to be our little Easter egg sniper dot on the forehead. Cool, so now we're going to do the backgrounds. And those I'll just do with like a solid fill. So what do we got going on in this picture? I think a yellow is going to look nice with our red and our green for the shirt colors here. Like that, maybe. Yeah, I think that's good. It also reminds me that I need to move the text layer up. Yeah, I think that's going to do it. All right, do one here. And then I am going to shift color for panel 3 to add a little bit more to the sinister feeling. So we'll go with the less saturated, darker, gloomier panel. I might give it a bit of blue or something. I think it needs a bit more saturation. Yeah, there we go. I like that as a contrast to the yellow. Actually, I'm going to go a little brighter with the yellow. I'm going to change my mind. Let's go back to panel 1, pull that, and go just a little bit brighter. And then gold, yeah. Yeah, that pops a little more. I like that. Okay. Do the same thing here. That one's fine. And then what do we want to give for this guy? I think we want to go with kind of like an industrial gray kind of background to imply he's in like an abandoned building across the street or something. Okay, let's try. But it needs to be something that can give contrast to the gun, though. Let's try like an olivey kind of military green. Something like that. Let's try like something redder. I think the red creates a sense of panic that I kind of like here. I'm also, I think, going to quickly add, and here's me needing to pull that shadow swatch again. I think I'm going to add another shadow here, just to underneath this guy to give him a bit more interaction with the environment. Okay, cool. The other thing I'll do sometimes is I'll do some highlights, but I don't think this comic is going to benefit from people with like kind of the bright spot. It's going to make their heads look a little too shiny. So I'm going to resist the urge to do too much here. So then the last thing we're going to do is just adjust where our text boxes are and draw our mouth bubbles in. I like to do my mouth bubbles in just like a solid white color. I think that's it gives nice contrast. I don't outline them, so it's just like a full solid white. And what I might do is a bit of a like jagged panic effect on this guy's dialogue. Let's see. Cool. So panel 1. Those are the highlights. I'm going to actually merge those into the face lines. And then my last layer on top here is going to be my colors. So I'm going to hand draw with the mouse here instead of with the stylus. So it tends to give me slightly cleaner lines. Do the same thing here. Yeah, so my speech bubbles I tend to keep them more like kind of like a rounded geometric. So I'd like them to be a little bit rectangular, but with rounded edges. Let's see, to change layers. I like to give a little bit of extra white room around the edge of the text. Yeah, and then for this one, I think we're going to get in close and hand draw because it's the only way we're able to make it spiky, really. But I'll do the base of the bubble in just the core of the bubble in here, and we'll jag out from there. Okay. So now we are going to do the balloons that connect the bubble to the mouth. Actually, I'm going to draw this on a separate layer from the current bubble so that I can, one thing I like to do is erase down to like a finer point on the end of the bubble so it's a little less rounded. And that's easier to do if this is on a separate layer and I'm not erasing the main bubble, and then I'll just merge them after. Cool. Just a spot here, so we're going to clean that up. Oh, it also looks like I missed doing his tongue. So we will have to redo that. First, the other benefit to doing it this way is I can clean up the end line so it's a little less close to the head. There we go. Nice and clean. Sample that pink from here so we can fill in the tongue. He doesn't have a weird yellow tongue. Nice. Okay. Let's give this guy a tail to the speech balloon, which we're going to do not in tongue color, but in white. Beautiful. And then this one is going to be a little bit of a headache, but sometimes headaches are worth it. So first we're going to try and get those jags. Because I use rounded brushes, I should probably just use a pointier brush, but instead I'm going to just make my rounded brush really small. If it's too big of a spike, we're going to do something's going on there with the artboard. Ooh. Well, it seems to just be an artifact of the rendering process, not of the, it's actually in the file, but I still want to be careful. It's hard to see my lines when those come up. All right, got those filled in nicely. So what I'm going to do now is actually paint bucket in these remaining notches on another layer. And the reason that I do that on another layer, yeah, something's really going on funny with the rendering here. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm fairly confident. Oh no, that is actually rendering that way. So something's up. Something's wrong with Photoshop. This might take a computer restart to fix, so I'm going to actually just hand fill this. I was going to paint bucket it to save time, but I think the solution here is just to hand draw. I'm really hoping this is not a corrupted file. Sometimes that happens and it's nightmarish. Just drawn. Something I'm curious to know, if anyone here watches art streams on the regular and they have like a channel that they like, I'm curious to learn more about how to make this like a just like a fun experience for people. I don't know if it's like normal to have music or like, I don't know, a video playing in the background. So there's something going on during the kind of quieter moments. So if you have an art stream that you like or something that you'd like to see on this stream, let me know. I'm very open to recommendations. I am new to this process. Yeah, there's something messed up when we go into this kind of quadrant. I'm finding it very concerning. And that rounds that out. So let's zoom out and see how that looks. Yeah, that looks like it's a nice panic line. I like how that turned out. So I'm going to merge that in with the main body of the bubble, and now we're going to give him, when you do kind of like one of these jagged type speech bubbles, I find that it helps to not do a curvy balloon, and to kind of work with one of the jags as being the origin point of the tail. So we're going to try something like that. Yeah. It's a little bit thick. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, and that's basically a comic done. I might add the little rock, paper, Cynic to the bottom of the last panel there, or I haven't decided yet if I'm actually going to export these and then put them into a framing central document that assembles the multi-panels into one panel, and that's where I'll have the rock, paper, Cynic logo or website. But for now, we've got I feel my dice. Oh, actually, I should say I feel like my dice, which means we're going to have to redraw the bubble. This is why you should always proofread before you do the mouth bubbles. That's no problem. We can clean that up easy. Easy peasy, friends. I'm drawing in the wrong panel. Here we go. And I kind of like the slightly messy look to the outline of the bubbles. I like when there's a combination of things that look clean and crisp and things that look just a little bit hand-drawn. Like I like that it's got a bit of that organic feel. All right, I feel like my dice are trying to kill me. Nah, you're overreacting. I wouldn't worry about it. I don't know. I just can't shake this feeling. Abort mission. He's onto us. Yeah, I like those beats. And this is actually kind of the concept behind a pin that Mr. Levinstein, Justin Westover, drew for the campaign. I'm actually going to pull that one up really quickly. This is my library of design files. I don't normally like to show this, but these are just the many different versions and sizes of these things. Yeah, here's the one. We'll just open the JPEG version of it. I swear the dice are trying to kill me. I love it. I love what he did with this. He sent me 2 pieces of art, concept art for like sketches for 2 different versions of the same pin. Because originally I didn't ask him to do I swear the dice are trying to kill me. That was a pin I was going to draw myself. And he was going to be doing the other pin that you may have just seen in that folder, which was making this shit up as I go. But he sent me this art and then also this art for the same thing. And like this would actually be great for someone like anxiously hucking a dice away, like trying to get rid of bad luck. So I ended up saying, like, draw both, because I think that this works as a different concept, and I'm really happy with how it's turned out. And then it was Justin's idea to add all the nat ones to all of the sides of the die. So just perfect interpretation of that joke. Yeah, awesome. So this is kind of like a behind the scenes, I guess, or like the backstory of that die. Cool, so we're going to close that one down. And I'm actually going to just do a little quick check on the campaign page for a moment here. Let's take a look at how the project's doing. So we are going to share a different screen. I'll share the Pintopia screen. Nice. And then I'm gonna see actually how easy it is to find my own project here. D&D pins is probably gonna bring up a lot of things because those are, my project has a very generic name right now. Oh, but there we go, top result. Hey, look at that, we've already climbed a little bit. We're at $4,500 of funding, with 79 backers with 21 days left. Oh, we've got a pledge train going. Climbed a little bit. If you don't know, the pledge train is a really cool feature that BackerKit created. Oh, we've got a pledge train where, also, you don't know, the pledge train is a really cool feature that BackerKit created. Oh, we've got a pledge train where, the pledge train is a pledge train is a really cool added feature where, anyone pledges, the pledge train is a pledge train is a really added feature where, if anyone pledges within 10 minutes of the last backer, it continues a backer train. So the fact that all 79 backers have backed within 10 minutes of each other is really cool. It means that anyone who's watching this right now, if you were to back, you would extend the train a little bit further. I know for Lore Master's deck, which is it was a very big project. There were 3 of us working on it, and it's part of the legacy of the long-running deck series I do with the Story Engine deck. I think we reached over 1,000 people on the backer train before it crashed. Which was incredible. This project is not going to reach that. This is not meant to be as big as Lore Master's deck. It's my little solo side project thing here. But I think it'd be really cool if we hit 100. I'd be very happy if we hit 100. And I might keep the live stream going to see if that's something that we have a chance to do. Also, Maroki, who was part of the 4-hour live stream with me, in which Maroki's Mahjong Witch, that's her opera metal performance name. She's my business partner with the Story Engine, and she was part of the 4-hour live stream that we did to launch Lore Master's deck, where we just sort of stayed on as the numbers kept going up. And it was especially wild because we logged off after like 4 or 5 hours because we were just exhausted, but we agreed to come back on that same night and do another live stream if we hit 1,000 backers on the backer train, and we did. So you can actually see the record of that live stream on the Story Engine's YouTube channel. Which is, just the Story Engine deck on YouTube. You can watch a replay of our various live streams from that campaign. It was a really wonderful campaign. But let's do one more comic here. This one is a really dumb comic. I'm going to forewarn you. It's just truly a remarkably silly comic. I don't think it's funny because it's bad, not because it's good. Here we go. We're going to share my Photoshop window. So the basic premise is that you just see a guy with, we don't know what the context is, and it's saying like banana for scale, and off camera or off frame we see the reply, no. And then banana for chain, no. We have a bit more context of what's going on. Banana for studded leather, and he's actually holding up a banana, and then the character we realize is a blacksmith says, stop bartering with fruit and pay for your armor like a normal person. The joke is just that the phrase banana for scale in this case takes on the meaning of he's trying to barter with a banana to buy scale mail. It's, again, indefensibly dumb, but every now and then I'll think of a pun that like I actually can't get out of my head. Like it keeps coming back to my head. And I would just need to draw it as a way of like getting it out of my head. So that's what we're doing today. So we're going to zoom in here and start drawing we're in panel 4, drawing in panel 1. As I've confessed before, it usually takes me a few tries to get a good circular head. Ooh, see, that one's a little flat, but I actually like how smooth it is. Another nice thing about doing characters with like hair or headgear is that it's good, but I think I'm going to actually decrease my line size a little bit here. Another nice thing about doing characters that have like hair or headgear is you can put the break in the head in the area that you're going to erase anyway. Oh, actually, I'm going to lower my tablet a little bit here.
think that'll do it. Cool. So I'm going to do the body lines. So the thing that I'm trying to do to give this guy a little bit of an adventuring look is give him pauldrons, which are like those shoulder protectors. And then he's got a little backpack on with straps. And I'm drawing all these lines on a separate layer from the head, so if I like overshoot into the head here, it's really easy to erase it without damaging the outline of the head. Oh, but I've done it to the body now. Look at that. This is why I tend to do a lot of layers while I'm drawing and then simplify them when I'm done with an asset. Sometimes I'll leave all the lines intact, but usually it's an unnecessary amount of like editability. I'll most only do that for files that I'm paranoid I'm going to play around with a lot. And yes, there's actually, speaking of Maruki Mahjong, which is comment here about yellow dice and cheese. There's actually a set of dice that come in like one of those brie or camembert round wooden cases, and you open them and they're all cheese colored. And I think they may even have little like Swiss type cutaways. They're very delightful, the cheese dice. And I love the packaging for them. It's really good. Novelty dice are, well, I have pin designs about collecting too many dice. Two of them, in fact. I had other ideas for dice collecting pins, but I thought like two pins is enough for that. Give the backpack a little bit of detail, give it some rivets or something. Actually, I'm going to change where that line's positioned. I think it looks too straight to the back. I think it's got a, yeah, there we go. Cool. That looks right. And then I think I want to adjust his eyes a little bit compared to the sketch. Okay, and then we're going to once again collapse these layers together and make a new one to draw the hair so that we can kind of erase things away. Give this guy some spikes. Yeah, I think I like the clean look instead of the jagged look for the inside there, and then we just erase the part of the head we're not going to use. Yeah, we've got an adventure. And then I should probably draw arms in for him. So because we've drawn the backpack holes, we are committed to the arms working a certain way. Did I draw a backpack on that side too? I did not mean to do that. Oh no, that's the pauldron in his other arm, right? Okay. So I think I might actually have the arm coming like that from inside the pauldron. Yeah, and this will be a little bit clearer when we color it. Yeah, I don't think the pauldrons are working. I'm going to try and sneak in and erase those without damaging my outlines. This is something I wish I had done before I merged, but this is part of the messy process of iterating on art and figuring out what works and what doesn't. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, and then, oh, we don't want to forget to do this guy's highlights. I also think his eye placement is a little bit off, so we're going to fine-tune that with a bit of the lasso tool here. So I'm using the polygonal lasso to grab just the eyes, move those a bit more to the right of the face to make the dimensions of the face a little clearer. And we're going to grab white for the highlight here. Cool. And I think that's panel 1 inks done. Let's go to panel 2. Cool. Start from with the new character this time. So I always like to do, that's a nice crisp head right there. And I even did it on its own layer like I'm supposed to. Look at that. First try. Oh right, I was going to give this character just a bit of body silhouette. Give her a femme shape. Something like that. And she's wearing overalls, which again gets a little, it draws attention to the fact that my like peg-shaped person anatomy doesn't quite make sense. Actually, yeah. So for this to kind of make sense, we need the overalls to be like that. Don't like what happened there. That's another sign there's some kind of artifacting going on. And we have a Photoshop error. Yikes. Let's try hiding this layer and seeing if we can get... Okay, well that's helping. Very interesting. That's so weird. Alright, let's give her some hair. Oof. Alright, we're going to work without. I kind of actually like keeping the head shape in as like a, almost like she's wearing like a hairband to hold her hair back at the forge, because this is our blacksmith character. Yeah, I might actually leave that in for now. Okay, so that's her, and what about our doofus here? So we are not doing a pauldron, right? Yeah. No pauldron this time. I'm drawing the head here on a separate layer so that I can fit it to the neck at a spot that looks good. Cool. We're going to, I erased the other pauldron, right? Yeah, I did. I think I'm going to adjust the angle that his head is, that his hair is showing up at. How does that look? Oh, it looks pretty similar. I think the forward part of the hair needs to be a little higher than the back part. It needs 4 spikes. I think that'll do it. Let me just erase this. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, and we'll just add some highlights to the eyes. I'm actually going to do the same trick I did in the last, it was panel 3, I believe, last time. And I'm going to draw these highlights in a separate layer so I can position them. This is going to adjust the left eye as well, but we'll fix that in a sec. To be able to give them just that little bit of expressiveness that follows the brow line. Oh,
Uh-oh. Artifacting again. I think that'll do it. Yeah, cool. Alrighty. And then we'll merge that into the layer below. Awesome. Cool. I like how that looks. We'll do the next panel here where the joke becomes a little clearer and starts to escalate. Oh, my sound may be getting quieter. I might just be talking quieter. It is quite possible that it's just me being quiet and mumbling to myself. So that's, I think, just a reminder to me to speak up a little bit here. All right. Bonk. Let's start with the head. Panel 3. That'll do it. Sometimes if the shape's a little oblong, I can correct it. No, that's a little too far off. We can do better. We're going to do better. There we go. That's a nice clean head. Did I draw it on the wrong layer? I drew it on the right layer. Cool. That will do it. Now we'll do the body. No pauldrons, which is also going to clean up the look of our banana. I hope that stand out a little bit more. How close to the head was the backpack line? Should be up here. Let's give him his hair spikes. Cool. Erase the inside headline. His hair is coming out pretty different in each panel, but I'm not too worried about that. I don't think that's the kind of detail that's going to make or break this already very bad joke. Well, actually, I think I do want to clean up that forehead line a bit. Don't love that it's so flat to his head. Yeah, I don't think that works. So we'll erase here. Beautiful. Okay. I also love that this guy just keeps trying this gimmick. Like, he has no reason to think that the third time is going to be any different than the first two, but he's just going for it. Alright, we're going to give him his backpack straps. I'll do this on another layer so I can clean up if I... Oh. Not great. We're going to just do those without the benefit of the pencils. Bring those pencils back in. Hopefully this doesn't go absolutely bonkers on me. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Cool. So now we're going to draw some studded leather armor. I was looking at some reference art for this, which I'm not using all that much, but something that I realized is that something that really helps with the leather armor look is to really give it the collar, this sort of raised collar section really helps with the silhouette and selling what it is. So that's the detail that I really want to get right. And if I can get that right, then even if the rest of the details look a little bit off, it's going to still scan pretty nicely. Yeah, I think that works. A little undercollar there. And then this armor is tiny compared to him. I think I will extend it out of frame and widen the shoulders a little bit. Something like that. Yeah, that'll do it. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay,
Originally I was going to have the hand disappear behind the armor, but instead I'm going to make it clear that he's got like a grip on it. Okay, cool. And then the studs, I may choose to color later differently than just black dots. So I think I'm going to do those on a separate layer so that I can control the color settings by just using like a layer effect later. So this is sort of like planning ahead. I think I want to go a little smaller. A little smaller studs. We're going to do them in like a semi-regular orientation. Drawing chainmail, I will actually draw all the individual rings, and it takes not as long as making chainmail, but it certainly takes a long time. It's the devotion to the craft that we expect here from the fine folks at Rock Paper Cynic, drawing peg people whose body geometry makes no sense if you think about it for even a second. I've drawn this line a little too close to the last one, but not unsalvageably so, so I'm just going to magnetically lasso that and bump it down. Cool. Like my lines are shifting a little bit as I go down. Yeah, again, did this too close. Yeah, they're not perfect lines, but again, some of the imperfections actually make the cartoon look a little more personal and a little less automated. So what have I done? There we go. So I do like to just sort of embrace the imperfections a little bit. Alrighty. No, we're going to go lower this time, knowing that I have a tendency to draw them too close and that my estimates have been off. Cool. I think that looks like some decently studded leather armor. And then we'll do 1, 2, 3 studs, 1, 2 studs, 1, 2, 3 studs. I think that looks like some pretty studly leather armor. Cool. Let's zoom in on this face and give it some highlights. Rad. Cool. I think that's our inks for this panel. So now we get a close-up on our blacksmith for panel 3. And we've just passed 5,000 on the project, it looks like. And 84 backers. So we'll see if we can get that pledge train all the way up. I'm curious to know. Alright, back to the art here. So because we're zoomed in, we're going to want to really increase the brush size so that the outlines don't look too thin. That's pretty good, but I think we can do better. Especially because I know now that I want to keep the upper headline as the, like, quote-unquote hairband for her. I think I want to get a cleaner line than I'd normally try for. That's a pretty good shape. Maybe I can repair this by hand. Yeah, we salvaged that. Alrighty. Draw her apron in. Apron line goes just below the buttons, so it's not going to quite connect in the panel here. Alright, cool. And we're going to do... Oh, I want those to be better lined up. Got her eyes vanishing. There we go. I like the way that looks. And then for the hair, we're going to draw it on a separate layer so that we've got some options. Just see what her hair looks like in the previous panel. What I find is that to get smooth lines, I have to draw very quickly, but to get accurate lines, I have to draw slowly. So what I instead do is just draw a lot of lines and wait until I get one that I like. It's pretty close to what I'm looking for. How does that look compared to, yeah, that looks pretty consistent with the previous panel. So we'll go with that. So that's our Angry Blacksmith. And that's all of our panels. I'm actually going to bump the art in this one down a little bit to make some more room for the text. I was crowding text a little bit too much. I'm also going to erase all of our pencils. Oh, and I got to go back to panel 3 for a second because we forgot to draw his banana, which is a crucial part of the joke. Comedy equals having enough bananas. Oops, wrong panel. There we go. So I think we're going to go a little bit smaller for the line width here because we want the details of the banana to be nice and visible. We can also erase the hand later, so. I think that's a pretty good shape of banana. I think I'll actually turn that into his like thumb or something. Yeah, there we go. So it looks like he's gripping it. And then what we'll do is erase where it overlaps with the body. And we're all good there. Let me just make sure the banana, yeah, that banana's gonna be big enough to like read well as part of the joke, even with kind of some busy lines behind it. All right, cool. Let's do the colors next, and then we'll do the shadows after that. Because it means less having to like hide layers while we do work. So we're gonna go to panel 1 here and figure out what our color palette is for Mr. Adventurer Dude. So first step, let's give him like a shock of orange hair. Like him being like a bit of a redhead. Let's try that out. Yeah, that works. Okay, so we're going to add our colors panel here. And then we need them again in panel 3. Perfect. We will do his skin next. I think he's going to have pretty fair skin. I think that matches. And again, I could just pull the swatches from the previous comic, but it's kind of fun to have a chance to re-examine our choices here. Nice. Oh, we still have our pink from the last comic, so I'll do the mouth next. Oh, do we want to draw in the mouth details? I think we do. So we'll quickly go back to the black and draw that in for panels 2 and 3. Panel 1. Cool. Alrighty, so back to colors. We are going to fill in that pretty pink tongue. Bonk. That one 2. Panel 3 and panel 4. And
And then, like I mentioned, I like to do kind of like a purple, pink, gray for the roof of the mouth color. And then it also gives something for the pink of the tongue to kind of play against. Yeah, that looks great, just what I'm looking for. We'll do it here. And here, in panel 2. Cool. All right, so now his adventuring gear. So the question is, are we gonna go with like kind of the adventurer's brown, which is like classic but not a ton of fun, or do we want to give him something a little bit more to pop, especially because he's gonna be next to the blacksmith, who's probably gonna be a bit more in browns and grays. So I'm gonna actually give him like an adventurer's green, maybe. That'll make him look a little different from the blacksmith. It'll kind of look nice with the red-orange hair. How green are we gonna go? I think that looks a little bit too bright, so I'm going to desaturate a little bit and maybe move a little bit more towards like an olive. I think a little too desaturated. That's the one, I think. Or maybe even just a little touch more. Yeah, we'll do that. And we're going to use that color throughout to make sure it's consistent. So we'll hop to panel 2, drop that in there. He is going to have some Adventurer's Brown on his backpack. So we'll do that later. Panel 3 is the last panel where he appears, so we just need to get the non-banana bits of his chest. And we'll do a little bit of manual fill in there. Beautiful. That's looking great. Oh, I forgot to do his orange hair in panel 3. So we will quickly do that while we're on the right layer. Bam. Beautiful. Okay. So now we'll do his backpack. I think I'll just pick a brown that's not going to fight against the orange of his hair or the green of his backpack. Go back to panel 1. Boop, boop. Yeah. I think that works. And that kind of brown will also take shadows nicely. So we fill in the straps in the bag. I probably should draw the rivet in for the remaining panels. Boop. So add a little rivet to the backpack here. It's kind of going to be out of frame in the last one, but we'll do a little something. Cool. Alrighty, and then panel 3, we're going to do our colors for the brown. Oopsie. Oh, and we forgot to do his hair for panel 4. Look at that. Alright, cleaning up our very many mistakes here. Beautiful. Alrighty. Oh, no, sorry, that's panel 3 that we missed. Okay, so let's do that remaining brown strap, which I've just noticed. And what color to do the studded leather? Because we don't want it to be the same kind of brown as the backpack. So we could either go lighter or darker, or we could sort of switch it to more like a reddish brown or a more yellowy brown. I'm inclined to kind of go like a bit darker, and then we can actually maybe try doing the studs in like a lighter color. So I'm going to remove the studs for a second so that we can do like a good, yeah, bucket fill. I might even do like a little highlight on the collar there. Something that's a bit more like a reddy brown. Yeah, cool. Okay, and then we bring the studs back in, and we can like, we can do this with a layer style, I guess. Color overlay that and try out some different stud colors. So what do we want here? Do we want them to be like really bright? Sometimes doing like an unrealistic blue can be kind of fun. It's not how studs would normally look, but it really like helps them pop a little bit. Let's try that. I'm kind of liking the way that that looks. All right. Well then, he's all done in panel 1. Panel 2, we've got some decisions to make about the color palette for our blacksmith. So let's get in there and decide. I think I'm going to do like a dark brown for the hair. whenever there's a comic where a guy is being really dumb and a woman is being patient with him, I usually base the woman on my wife. So I may give dark hair and like a tan skin. My wife is Filipino. Let's do something around there. Yeah, I think that works. And then for her apron, I want it to be different from those other browns. So let's go into like a reddy brown, I think, for the apron. I think that works nicely. And then we'll give like some kind of like maybe a, let's give her like an interesting thing she's wearing underneath, like maybe a blue. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. So we're gonna actually pull both of these colors. We're gonna need all these colors in panel 4. So let's take some of them now. So this is the apron color. Oops. And we've got her skin tone, her hair color, and the cloth that she's wearing underneath. And then we gotta pick something for those buttons. I think we'll do something like a nice pop of gold. Hold on, how did I lose what was done for panel 2 there? Yeah, I must have hit the undo button. All right, cool. So next up, we are going to do those buttons, like I said. So we'll pick like a nice gold for those, I think. Yeah, I like the gold. Works nicely with the blue, works nicely with the brown. Actually, this is very similar to the color palette that Andy, AC Stewart, used on his Action Surge pin. Actually, I'll show you guys that, but rather than opening it in a new share window, I'm just going to pull it open here. Yeah, so you can see it's a very similar like yellow, kind of a steel blue, and then a dark brown. We got a similar thing going on for our blacksmith. Just like those colors. Okay, so that's our blacksmith done, and then we just need to color in this banana in panel 3. We can decide if we want to give it some spots or something too, but I think just a nice classic bright yellow banana is going to do it. And I don't think we want it to be quite as gold as the buttons, so we'll do something, maybe leaning in a little bit almost to like just a tiny, tiny hint of green, like it's underripe. Perfect. That is a yellow looking banana. Okay. We will do let's do our shading next, I think. Shading is always my favorite part. So we're going to grab that shading swatch that I've already set up from earlier. We're going to set 30% opacity so that our shading is actually going to like change the color as it appears on various parts of the panel. And we're going to do just some little shade colors. And I might actually do some highlights on this one because we've got some like gold, we've got the gold buttons on the apron, and we've got, oopsie, we missed a spot here on the colors. We've got the gold on the apron to fill in, and I think his hair might look actually good if it's shiny. So we'll do, oopsie. A little bit of shadow on the backpack, just like that. Yeah, I think that's this dude complete. We'll go to panel 2. Again, 30% opacity. Again, the nice thing about not doing work in artboards, which is what I'm doing, where it actually like treats each of these as if it's like a separate project together in the same Photoshop document. The nice thing about not doing this and just drawing all of your panels together in one big conglomerate is that like, yeah, with this version you have to like reset up your layer settings every single time for every single panel, whereas with all the panels together at once, you don't have to worry about that because you can just kind of set it up once and do all of your shadows in the same layer. So this is a bit more work, but I think it's going to make it easier to export like individual images and upload them all together.
extend the shadows just so that I can get a little bit of it on the blue of her undershirt there. So I think that's going to look very good. Cool. All right, we'll do panel 3 next. Some more shadows for panel 3. Oopsie. Gotta set that opacity. There it is. Actually, the shadow on the body will be a nice way to bring a little bit more attention to the banana. Cool. A little shadow for the backpack. So the downside to doing a non-pure black for shadows is that it doesn't always look as visible if you're then shading something that is about the same darkness value as your shadow color. But if we want to, for those panels, we can just pop it a little bit darker. I think I might do that. The other alternative is I can go in here and just lighten up the leather armor a little bit. And I don't need to change any other panels because this is the only panel this color appears in. Yeah, I think I'll do just a little bit of that. The other thing that I can experiment with is whether or not the studs will look better if they are also shaded. So if I put them under the shading layer, I think I like them brighter on top of it. So we'll leave them on top. Okay, so that's all the shadows for here. And then we just need to do shadows for the last panel. Shadows are always over too soon. I wish I could spend forever. And sometimes I will do like elaborate shading just because I'm enjoying spending time in that. But usually it doesn't actually like materially change whether or not people enjoy the comic. It's just a little thing for me. Okay. Well, the other thing we could do is I could do what I did, pull the same trick from the last time, which is fully filler in with shadow, and then highlight and erase the shadow only on the parts that we really want to highlight for like dramatic effect. Let's see how that looks. Don't think I'm liking it here. I don't think it's helping the joke. So I'm going to just undo back to where we had it before. But it's good to try things every now and then. You know, you find sometimes you discover some happy little accidents. Oh, a question from Kyle here. And it's a good question. Hey, Peter, the pins look awesome. Unfortunately, money has been tight. How long will BackerKit be up for? And if I pitch in 5 now, how long would I have the option to add pins to the order? So the awesome news is that like if you place a pledge of any size on day 1, you get the early bird reward, even if you change or downgrade your pledge later. So you can pledge for like just the help action tier, and then decide later if you want to upgrade to a different pledge. Yeah, in terms of changing pledges, you'll be able to upgrade your pledge in the pledge manager after the campaigns. If you're like not 100% sure, you can like book one thing now and then upgrade later. I think most of the same options are going to exist. So you'll have options, and also you can just add on individual pins later as well. That'll definitely be an option. So yeah, what I would say is like if you're not sure what you want, get the pledge in today, just like even a small one, pull a placeholder one, and then you can always upgrade or update it later, especially as more pin designs unlock. Because we are smashing through pin designs. I really need to go update the stretch goals, but that's going to be very boring to watch me do live. So I'm going to finish up this comic, and then I'm going to end the stream and go ahead and do all of the little background tasks that I should be doing, but I can't because I'm live. Okay, hold on. We are just going to figure out, we're on panel 4 here, and I think I do want to, I already filled this in, okay. So we just got to undo a little bit more. That's a good question from Kyle.
Okay. Save that. So the next step is going to be, let's do a really quick highlights pass. I think it's going to be interesting to see how it looks. So this is where I draw with white over top of certain spots to like put them more in light, and we decide what kind of opacity effect we want on that, depending on the panel and what the light is working against. But I think it can just be a little fun way to touch up certain details and bring more attention to them. I'm going to try this at 30, which is matching what the shadows are doing. 25. Let's try 25. Moroki is in the chat. Moroki, again, my business partner from Story Engine, is saying that I should be able to draw and then also do all of the updates live, and is cracking the Taskmaster whip. I definitely do not have the sleep or executive function for that today, but I will try and get the project updated as soon as this is over. Speaking of which, I'm just going to do a little check on where we're at for the project. We are at 91 backers, so we are coming up on 100 backers in the pledge train, which is what I'd really love to see. And we're at $5,500. Look at that. It's amazing. We've unlocked a bunch of stretch goals. Wild. We love it. Oh, and Solego asks, Solego has been a long time patron and supporter, really wonderful long-time friend of Rock, Paper, Cynic. When did that start? So I've not actually ever streamed art before, ever. This is the first time. I just launched a new, something that I should have up so that people who come in here know what's going on, is I launched a new BackerKit project full of pins inspired by D&D and gaming. There's 25 pins. There's a bunch of wonderful guest artists, including some webcomic artists that I think you'll know and love. And I'm just hanging out, drawing some sort of D&D-ish comics because we just launched, and as a way of answering questions as they come in about the campaign. So this is very brand new, but I might do it again. This is fun, and I like doing the art. It's a good excuse to draw. So I'm into it. I'm into it. I don't think this is the last we'll see of Peter drawing on camera. Okay, so we're drawing highlights. That's panel 4 done. We're going to jump to panel 3. And we are going to boop, boop, do some little highlights here as well. And we are getting that terrible artifacting issue that I was dealing with earlier. Who knows why? I think if I just hide it and put it back up, yeah. That should get rid of it. Don't know why it's doing that. Definitely some kind of rendering issue in Photoshop. But yeah, you can see like the little highlights here, they just make a little bit of a difference. They make certain aspects stand out a little bit more, give a bit more depth and texture. And I like them for hair especially. Oh, so Lego still has, this was a very old piece of merch. It was a cup that said future urine on it, so that whatever you're drinking was clearly labeled as something that would later be expelled from your body as waste. And I did not a whole ton of them, but they were really popular with the people who picked them up. Some people have had them for a very long time, and like just time has slowly sort of started to wear the design off because they get a lot of use. So that is awesome. I love that that is still kicking around. There were so many different phases of merch in Rock, Paper, Cynic, just like different things that I focus on at different times. And I love hearing about the weird little collectibles that people still have because I forget they exist because I don't have all of them and I've moved so often that I've had to like purge a lot of stuff. So I love when people have managed to hang on to them. It just makes me very happy to know that those are still out in the world, delighting and disgusting and confusing people. Yeah, this is some bad artifacting. Do not know why that's happening at all. This may eventually put me off of doing artboards. We'll see. We're going to get in real close here so we can do the buttons. Okay. A little bit of there. Cool. And then one last panel to highlight, panel 1. And sometimes I will actually do all the highlighting with the opacity at 100 and then set the opacity after, because it makes it a little bit clearer to see where the lines are. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. We love it. Okay, so the last thing that we're going to do then, or two last things, we're going to do the background colors, so sort of imply whatever sort of the scene in the area is. And then we are going to do the mouth bubbles, all the speech bubbles with the little tails. Oh, right, yeah. So Kyle, you replied, take a moment to respond to the comments here. Kyle replied to one of my posts earlier to mention that he still had the Some Songs for Some People album. This was an album that was like the second piece of merch I ever made. It was back when I started the comic and I was still living in Halifax the first time. I've only recently moved back to Halifax. And I only ever made, I think, like 25 copies of it. It was like sort of like a test thing, and it was songs I recorded like on a terrible microphone in my bedroom, but the song concepts I still think were like kind of solid and fun. And I don't even have the versions of the songs that were burned onto the CD anymore. So it is very much a collectible. I think it's awesome that that still exists somewhere. Truly mind-blowing to me. Yeah, and I'm glad that that's kicking around. So thank you for holding on to that. And thank you for talking about that. It was a really exciting comment to receive. It was a lot of fun for me. And then Sligo says, dude, you made me a custom, this was the future urine mug when my kids broke my first, you're the best. Also still have both my boxes of crap, most of them at least. Some items did not survive the move to Florida. So yeah, Sligo has been a long time patron. I've actually paused my Patreon. I'm not taking pledges. I'm not charging pledges because I don't make comics often enough to justify, I think, charging people. If I'm ever sort of regularly back doing that, I may turn it back on. But for now, I'm probably going to just sunset Patreon. I'm also a couple years behind on mailing out physical rewards, so it does not seem fair to collect while I'm truant on that. But what Sligo here is talking about is for certain Patreon tiers, I think the top 2 tiers, I would assemble different like sort of care boxes of like trinkets from my adventures, so like things that I picked up at conventions, badges from like shows where I was a guest at, the process sketches behind some of the comics that I released later, some like intentionally made like art that I would do for that person. There's always like a mix of fun things that were like, here's the parts of my life that I want to share with you as someone who's like put a lot of thought and care and support into my career. So Lego's had a few of those. And yes, I think I do remember doing a customized, I think your name is on it, like So Lego's Future Urine mug for you when the first one broke. I remember you messaging me about that and asking for that. So it's also very cool that yours is like a one-of-a-kind one floating around, not a, if I remember right, it is not a generic one. It's like an actual U one. Okay, so let's do our colors in the scene here. So what do we want for the background here? Because I'm imagining this is kind of in like a blacksmith's hut or maybe like a town square. I don't really feel like doing a full art background, so we could do like a brown, but we've got a fair number of browns already in here. We could do like a green, but we've already got green for his shirt. So I might try and do something similar to that like yellow that we did in the last one and just see how that feels. We'll try it on for size, and if we don't like how it looks, we don't have to buy it. That's how it works around here. You know what? I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I think it works. So we're going to go ahead and do a color fill for each one of our panels. Except the last one where we're going to definitely do a highlight color to like, oops, what have I done? Do not know what happened there. We're going to do a highlight color to really sell the intensity of the punchline and panel. Oh, I like that kind of peach color. We don't have to go super dark or intense or anything. Yeah, I like that. It's just like it gives us that extra little punch up from the previous panel's intensity. Oh, I had forgotten the extent to which I individualized Lego's mug when we did the reprint, but I did all new art on it apparently. So good for past me for going the extra mile. Yeah, cool. Cool. Okay, so let's do these mouth bubbles, and then I think I'm gonna take a little break. It might be nice to see us if we're really close to 100 backers. On the backer train, I might stick around for that because that would just be a kind of a cool moment to celebrate. But I'm also very hungry, so I have not eaten enough today or slept enough last night, and I want to make sure that I'm not a zombie husk. Trying to take a little bit better care of my body these days because I've been doing HEMA, which is historical European martial arts. So I've been taking some classes in swordplay, and it's actually for the first time that I've ever like cared about what my body can do. Like I've been doing push-ups every day. I have been whatchamacallit? Yeah, doing push-ups every day. I've been jogging. I've been doing some drills and exercises, and it's nice because like traditionally I have treated my body as an automaton that carries my brain around so that my brain can do things. And that's not a good way to live. Don't recommend it. And so I'm just much happier now that I'm actually spending a bit of time in my body and enjoying it. And I actually now care about like having enough energy to go to sparring days and training days. So I don't want to like totally exhaust myself, which I have been doing all week. So we'll see. But Maruki Mahjong Witch has kindly offered to. Oh, I would be mad. I thought you said I would mod, like you would moderate the chat while I take a break or something. But no, you would be mad. Okay. You would send me to HR if I was not taking care of myself. Maruki and I are both workaholics, so we often need to convince each other to take breaks, and neither of us is very good at that. I think this is her telling me to go to bed, which occasionally is a helpful thing for me to hear. But we're gonna at least push through the end of the comic, if not to the 100 backer mark, because that would be a lot of fun. So we're going to do a little, whoop, erase too much there. A few fine details here. Maroki says she's going to make me do diamond push-ups, which I have been doing more. So Maroki started correcting my push-up style when she saw me doing push-ups during one of my business trips to Toronto, so we could do some co-working together in person. I do very wide stance push-ups, so I've started trying to take her advice and do some more in push-ups. But diamond push-ups I cannot do. We are not there. I don't know if I ever want to be there. That seems like a level of intensity and not fun that I have minimal interest in exploring. Okay, so that's our panel 3 done, or panel 4 done rather. So let's do panel 3's mouth bubble. And I'm hand drawing this one with the mouse actually, because I find that it gets me slightly cleaner lines when it's not artifacting to all heck. And then we're going to draw those little bubble tails so we know who's talking. This is just because I like them to be a little bit pointier. Okay, I'll do that. Clear any artifacts, that should do. All right, on to panel 2. Oops, I'm drawing too low. And the, oops, I'm drawing in panel 3 is what's happening actually. So on to panel 2. Here we go. Do our little outline first. and do our womp outline there. I'm actually going to trim this box in just a little because I think I went a little ham with the white space. And now it is almost impossible to see what's going on because of the artifacting. Clean that up a little bit again. Okay. So then we're going to do I want to do a little mouth bubble? Yeah, I think I'm going to try and extend it down rather than just pointing it at the head. I think that'll do it there. And then I would normally care a little bit more, but I think that's good enough, especially because the artifacting is going to make it hard to see. I might fine tune it later. Okay, so this is panel 1, last panel. We're just going to do our mouth bubbles, and then we'll be done this comic. I'll have a couple of things to post. I've also stockpiled a few comics that years ago I was thinking about doing yet another Peter side project, a comic where it's what dice do when they are not being used in D&D, and so all the dice were different character classes from D&D, and it was a game that they were playing. The DM screen was playing the DM. Aaron actually drew a few comics for that and spec'd out all the characters. And so I'm going to be sharing some of those because they've just been kind of sitting in storage, and I thought that'd be a fun thing to share along with all the D&D pin designs. In fact, I might even pull one of those up to show you guys before we wrap here. But yeah, it's my oftentimes collaborator and friend Aaron Link, who drew those, and I'll show you those in a sec. Oh, we gotta do. So this one is not going to have a balloon because it's coming from. So yeah, I don't know. Traditionally, with like proper comics, if someone is speaking and they are not in frame, the balloon does not get a tail. It just sort of sits there and floats. I don't like that, even though it's correct and like I'm used to it from reading comics. Whenever I'm doing my own comics, it always feels wrong, even though it doesn't look wrong when I see it done in real comics. So sometimes I will just do a little tail extending off the edge to imply that it's like coming from someone who's not there, for people who like aren't necessarily literate in the conventions of comics and comic balloons. So this is probably unorthodox, but I like to do it. And that's our comic right there. So we've got our little guy, our little adventurer being banana for scale? No. Banana for chain? No. Banana for studded leather? Stop bartering with fruit and pay for your armor like a normal person. Again, a terrible joke, unworthy of time or attention. Truly, but endlessly amusing to me, and I couldn't help myself. So we have now drawn that totally out. All right, let's check in on. We are at 98 backers, so I'm going to stick around for 2 more backers. We'll get the pledge train to. So we've almost had 100 backers, but the pledge train looks like it did end about 14 backers ago. I missed that. So that's too bad we won't hit 100, but I'll stick around until we get to 100 backers just so that we can celebrate that moment together. In the meantime, why don't I show you some of those Aaron comics? All right. We are going to, where did I put those? Nothing like going through your files in front of people as you try to remember where you put everything. Hold on. Let me put this on my big monitor. Oh, I think I put it in the Rock, Paper, Cynic folder. Is that where I put them? Some of them, one of them is in here, but certainly not all of them. There we go. I have found them. Okay. They are currently not synced on Dropbox, so they might take a second to open. Oh, apparently the train almost continued, but somebody pledged just a little bit late. That's fine. To reach 100 backers, whether or not they were all continuously within 10 minutes of each other, is very exciting and like a wonderful milestone to leave on. So I will be a happy camper. But let's take a look at this little comic here. The comics that I have been working on, or that I worked on when I was working on these scripts, some of which I'm never got drawn, and I'm going to draw them over the course of the campaign here. Again, all of the characters are dice. The D8 here, which is this octahedron, is the ranger. The D4, because it's the pokiest, stabbiest die, is of course the rogue. So we have our little ranger asking, "Hey, rogue, your daggers are always bloody. Just clean them already." And the rogue says, "Why bother? I'm just gonna get them bloody again." So the ranger says, "We're on a non-violent quest in the Temple of Pacifism. How's that gonna happen?" And of course, the rogue finds a way. Touche. He just stabs his friend because that's what rogues do. That's the joke. And I'll show you one more of these. We've done a bunch, but I'll show you one more. Do we want to do? Yeah, we'll do the monk and the rogue. We'll get some continuity going with the character here. So the rogue and the monk are sitting together. The monk, of course, is the D6. Hey, monk, what would you say if I told you the barbarian is talking smack about you? I embrace inner peace. What if he said flurry of blows is just action surge for noobs? Again, this is very specific D&D humor. I also embrace outer violence. And in fact, inner peace, outer violence with like the monk fist or something was again, actually, so great joke from Kyle here. Gotta love trivial PvP among friends. What's D&D without a little bit of the party devolving into chaos and bloodshed in the first 5 minutes of gameplay? And both of these jokes are kind of going towards party on party violence. But what I really like about this one, oh yeah, just inner peace, outer violence, I think could be a really fun pin design. It didn't end up making the cut for the pins for this project, but if you would want to see like a monk pin like that, let me know, and maybe we can do a drawing of it just for fun, even if we don't produce it. Yeah, so this one came out really nicely. Aaron's a really wonderful artist. He did some great development work on these characters. I still feel a little bit like it'd be fun to dust it off at some point, but I have too many projects on the go, so I'm trying not to sign up for more stuff. All right, what I'm going to do here is stop sharing the screen. I'm just going to pull up the little BackerKit because we're at 99 backers and we're almost at $6,000, and that is amazing. That is so much further than I thought we were going to get while I was just sitting there live. We'll just celebrate when we hit that milestone together, and then I'm going to go eat something. All right, so we are presenting, we're sharing our screen, and we're doing that for D&D pins. Bonk. What's interesting is that because there's a delay on how the stream goes out, I am seeing what you guys are seeing several seconds apart, and it's disorienting in time for me. But we're at 99 backers. Very exciting. Very exciting to be on the cusp here. I'll do one more walkthrough of what we got going on with the project here because I think it is really fun and exciting, and there's so many great pin designs. So yeah, first of all, we have 5 free incentive pins that you can get depending on if you meet certain criteria as a backer. So there's a free pin if you pledge early in the first 48 hours. Everybody who pledges in the first 48 hours gets that, which is awesome. There's a free pin with every pledge $75 and over. That includes any pledge level at 75, and also if you assemble a pledge level up to 75 with add-ons. You can also get a free pin if you're a returning backer from a previous campaign of mine. That includes all the story engine campaigns, so I really appreciate people who have come back to support me multiple times. That's just really wonderful, so I try to do a little something extra for you guys. If you miss any of these pins or you don't qualify for them, you can still complete the set. They're $8 each. They also each work on their own. I wanted each of these designs to stand alone as like a fun little mimic pin. And then you can get 2 free pins if you pledge also the project of my cross-collaborator, David Malki. That's this little button on the right here. You can go click that to see all of the Wondermark pins, and you can get a free pin from both of us. So that is really cool and fun. And then we've got our wonderful guest artists. So Shen, Megan McKay, Justin Westover, Andy Stewart, and Matthew J. Wills have all contributed guest pins to the lot. Really, really happy with every single one of the guest designs. Like, just floored with how those turned out. And then we get into the pin designs. So we've got Bard to the Bone, which is actually a stretch goal pin, which already unlocked while we were live. I need to go update the graphic. No rule says a dog can't play D&D. Ain't no bullshit like wizard bullshit. Get lich or die trying. These are funny. These are good. I'm hearing them out loud and I'm having a little giggle. My party would be dead without me for all the healers, clerics, and support casters out there. R2D20, which is a remaster of a T-shirt design that I used to sell. That I wanted to. I just always thought it would look really good as a pin. When life gives you demons, make a pact for the warlocks. Don't dice shame me for all of us who have a few too many dice and aren't willing to change. I really love this design. It's actually a two-piece pin set. Best friends roll together. So these are two different halves. Each of these is its own pin, and you can get both of them. Give one to your like DM or your adventuring buddy, and you can every time you get together, you can like activate your powers. Adventurers assemble. And then we get into the actual guest pin designs. I am just in love with these. So Megan sent me 4 different concepts, which I'll post in a coming update for what the Dice Hoarder pin was going to look like. All of them were so good. They were so cute. We ended up sort of combining our favorite elements of a few of them, and just this cute derpy dragon hugging a D20 was just perfect. Matthew J. Wills is the artist behind Swords comic, the webcomic, also I believe a game developer. And I have followed him on Twitter, and I think once or twice we've interacted in like replies, but I hadn't like contacted him before. But I had this idea for a pin, which I have truly been thinking about swords a lot because I bought 4 swords 2 weeks ago for HEMA, for the Historical European Martial Arts. I'll actually grab one just for show and tell. This is an arming sword, also known as a knightly sword or medieval sword. So I have been thinking about swords a lot, and I realized that he would be the perfect person to do a comic about that. So I reached out to him out of the blue, and like truly within like an hour or two, he had sent me like a fully finished pin design. It was just absolutely perfect. It was wonderful. So thank you so much to Matthew for that. And then Andy Stewart, who does the so many different amazing comics. Woo, your D&D stories. He's done comics for College Humor, Noob the Loser, Ben and Steph, Elfin Warrior. I think that's all the ones that I can think of. Oh, and Tater Pig, which is about TTRPGs, Tater Pigs. So just so many amazing comics. He did these 2 designs and just killed it on them. Love the color palettes on these and kind of the Art Deco vibe. I had an idea too late to like literally last night. I was like, his Woo wolves are so cute, and I think they would be amazing for a pin design that I've had where like I wasn't sure how to draw it cute enough, so I never really executed it. But it was just mild shape, which is like the druid's wild shape ability, but transforming into something soft and cuddly. And I think that like one of his little Woo wolves who can't Woo properly, just like curled up with another wolf with mild shape as the caption would be really cute. But I thought of it too late, and I'm committed to this current pin set, so we'll save that for a future pin launch some other time. 2, just I love the color palette. I love how the art turned out. I love the vibes of the illustrations here. 2 just fantastic pins from Justin Westover, also known as Mr. Levenstein. His color palette is so good. I love his comics. They're so simply drawn and they're so funny, and the expressions do so much. He can do so much with so little text. So he doesn't actually play D&D, but I just thought his style of art would be so perfect for the making this shit up as I go pin. And then he sent me the art that you see on the other pin just as another version of like what we might do for making the shit up as I go. And I liked it so much, and it fit another pin concept that I had notes on, that we just decided to use both of those and commission both. So those turned out great. Shen turned up in a huge way for this project. He ended up having to like really do all of these pin designs like yesterday because I hadn't communicated properly with him about the like timelines, and he pulled out all the stops and went from like we had like bandied back and forth what the pin concepts might be to like sketches, line art, and full color for all 3 of these in the span of like just a day basically. So Chen is so lovely, such a wonderful person, and such a talented cartoonist, and I'm just absolutely in love with these. So we ended up doing 3 pins. These 2 you can get separately. They work really well together, so I definitely recommend getting them together. One is the a buff luck guy, just smashing with natural ones, and the other one being a guy smashed down to his last HP, being like, no, we're still good. I think you can almost see it as like an evolving story, that the guy from the I calculate this attack will hit me pin is the guy who got smashed into the ground. it all works together, baby. So love these guest pins. And then these are just a few of my older pin designs that we are bringing back for this project. Read Fast, Die Old, Leave a Maddening Labyrinth of Books. This design was actually by my friend Matthias Semen, who we used to work together back at my day job. And he's done some other freelance graphic design work on projects that I've worked on. Really lovely guy. What do we say to the God of Death? Not today. Is one of my favorite sort of like D&D Game of Thrones crossovers, but you don't actually need to know or care about Game of Thrones for it to work. I think it's just like a good concept and design. I'm not a crazy cat lady. I'm a high-level druid, which I think is a sentiment that a lot of us feel, those of us who love our pets. If at first you don't succeed, Blood Magic has always been one of my favorite designs in all the formats. I have it as like a dice tower, a t-shirt, a hoodie. It's wonderful. Necromancers, Reduce, Reuse, Reanimate is actually the concept of a song that I'm working on as well. I may dust off the guitar and do a new song called Reduce, Reuse, Reanimate. And then I drink and I throw things. Classic, very beloved of barbarians and fighters, but it can work for you or your character in real life. And those are all the designs. And look at that. Just in time here to wrap up the stream. 100 backers. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate so much first day support. This is really incredible. It has been a heck of a morning and a heck of a launch, and I felt lots of love and support even leading up to it and as I was showing the first teases. The other thing that's really cool, as Maruki has been mentioning in the chat, we did some pin exclusives for the Lore Masters deck campaign. We're doing this in a very small print run. They're probably not going to be available after the campaign, or if they are, it's going to be very limited quantities. They are, we basically have brought them back down to the pricing that they were during the campaign. So this is the best pricing that we offered our like first BackerKit supporters. We brought it back down to that just for the length of Pintopia. So Story Engine is not launching any new pins, but our collectible pins we're bringing back down to the cheapest price they've ever been available at for people and extending that all through Pintopia. So if you are a little pin collector, if you're a little pin goblin like me and like Maroki, you can get your hand on some of those pins. And I'm going to actually pull those up. I just need to find where the video of it is. I think the video we actually posted in our most recent update, so I should be able to share this. So give me 1 second here to find the Lore Masters deck. It's amazing to me how I'm very good at finding things quickly when I'm working, but the moment I have to do it and there's a camera on me, I have to think all my thoughts out loud to be able to stay focused on them. All right, so I'm going to go to our updates, open the last update in which Maroki and Eric, who is our communications manager at Story Engine, very kindly did some plugs for me. And I'm going to open this up and just show our little pin video because it came out looking so good. All right, we are going to share. There we go. So this is the, we just got this video in like literally a couple days ago. And these are the collectible pins for the Story Engine. The other thing that's very cool about this kind of like shield shape that they take on is you can assemble the three of them together into a full circle, which combines all the powers of the three decks. And I just think that that is really lovely. They really come together in like a whole way. In fact, maybe what I can do is change which view on, because I think we have, oh no, I don't have it there. But yeah, trust me, they look fantastic. You can combine all three of them together. They look great. They look all great together. They make a little set. So thanks everyone for joining me on the live stream. I'm gonna go eat something and maybe take a nap, and it's gonna be great. Thank you for the support. I'm looking forward to updating those stretch goals, showing you everything we've unlocked, and hopefully getting to all 25 pins. I think that'd be amazing. So thanks a lot, and I will probably do another art stream at some point in the future, and I hope to catch you there. Thank you. Bye-bye.